everyone, my name is Caden, and welcome back to more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Last time, we've had a very fascinating trial so far, with a lot of things happening. Kay has lost her memories. Edgeworth has lost his attorney's badge. Friggin' Edgeworth has now been imprisoned. Kay, has been accused of crime. Despite the fact that she has no memory. Again, a lot, and I mean a lot, has happened. This case has been wild. But then again, every case in this game's been wild. In a good way, mind you. A very good way, in fact. Wild is wild. So, let's continue. April 6th, Detention Center, holding cell. This is the second time I've been in the cell. Oh, this is Knightley's cell. All of my evidence has been taken from me. My evidence... I think it would have hurt less if you didn't take that from me. The only thing I have left is Kay's Yalagarasu badge. I'm worried about Kay. Is she alright? Oh, baby. The culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Mr. Edgeworth, it was me. The culprit was me all along. I don't believe it. That's not Kay. You have a visitor. Please hurry out. A visitor? Who could it be? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Will you turn him down? No, it'll be hard to face him now. Aw, Gummy. Gummy? Wait there. He's not going to stay and keep watch. That's weird. Pardon me. What? Judge Courtney? Judge Courtney? You're not Gumshoe. Hush. Please, have a seat. Great, you want to come laugh at me? Why are you here? I was told the detective had come. If I didn't instruct him to tell you that, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. Fair enough. You're smart. Can't think of anything she'd need from me at this point. I should try to figure out what she wants. Alright, what's your plan here? Your visitation rights have been restricted to begin with. It's as if I'm some monstrous criminal. I suppose my credibility has hit rock bottom. But of course, your friends have fared a little better, though. That lawyer and that girl were both quite worked up. Mr. Shields and Emma. When I last saw them, they were giving one of the guards quite an earful. What? You don't mean... Be grateful. The gods of law has been quite busy. They were spared punishment. It certainly seems like you have plenty of time for small talk. Oh yes, Prosecutor Von Karma is presently continuing the investigation. You were worried about them, right? I guess she saw right through me. What's your goal here? I don't think you're a bad person, but at the same time, you're clearly doing the wrong things. But I don't think you're trying... But I don't understand if you're doing it intentionally, or if... I don't know. Admittedly, I think I already might know who the culprit is simply because of how they're acting. It might be Blaze. The way that Blaze has been acting has been just incredibly rude and... Well, if anyone feels evil, it's this guy right now. That being said... I've got zero proof of that. This is honestly mostly just because of his attitude, I'm assuming this. But in a weird way, I kind of don't want it to be him. Not for his sake, I don't care about him. I could care less about what happens to this guy. But I'm more worried about Sebastian. I've always thought Sebastian was silly and but I never thought he was bad. He's just like, I mean, even the game says here, in reality his logic is often absurd. I don't think he's like trying to do anything bad. It doesn't ever feel like he's trying to like make things worse for people. It just feels like his assumptions are in the wrong place. And yet, it feels like he's just... I'm worried what happened. If I'm right that it's his dad, I'm worried what's gonna happen to him. Again, I could care less about Blaze, but I'm worried about Sebastian at this point. Let's go to the chase. What exactly are you planning? I'm not planning anything. There's merely a question I wish to ask. You're asking me? Yes, of course. Who else is here? Objectively speaking, you are a clever individual, and you have a sharp mind. As a prosecutor, you are highly talented and capable. Are you being ironic? Your sarcasm falls short. I'm being completely sincere, and that's why I cannot understand. Take this case, for example. You're up against the PIC. There's no chance for you to come out on top. Even a child can understand. And yet, you... Perhaps my younger self would not have done something so reckless. The me from before had power. That's why I thought justice was on my side. Just like you right now. However, because of a certain man, my self-centered sense of justice was broken down. Ever since then, I began to see people in a different light. I'm able to serve as a prosecutor only because of the support of the people around me. People like Detective Gumshoe and all the other investigators. And Kay as well. Honestly, even I'm surprised at how much I've changed. I see. Is that how it is? I've come to understand you a little more. Understand me? Not likely. Someone like you who forces her own sense of justice onto others can never understand. I wonder about that. Is that what you think? If I could say one more thing, it would be that this conversation has been very interesting. That is all. Our conversation is coming to an end. However, I have one last thing to tell you. The date of your hearing has been set. I came here today to inform you. Today, in the PIC meeting room, may you humbly accept your fate. If that's all you wanted to say, couldn't you have just sent a messenger? The holy words of the goddess of law simply cannot be entrusted to others. With that, Mr. Edgeworth, I bid you farewell. I shall be seeing you again later. In a weird way, that actually kind of works, though, doesn't it? If we have to go to the PIC, that means we might have a chance to investigate more. Right? April 6th, Detention Center, holding cell. I just want Kay to be alright. I could care less about anything else at the moment. I just want Kay alright. I mustn't neglect my personal appearance just because I'm in a holding cell. Prosecutor or not, this is my personal duty. My collar is slightly bent. There. A well-groomed appearance reflects a well-groomed mind. From here on, I'll need to focus myself more than ever. There's a dining menu sitting on the desk. It seems I can get food delivered if I pay for it. Let's see. Moldy white bread lunch set. Switch to moldy whole wheat bread for an extra $1. Oatmeal and grits set meal for a limited time. Get extra gruel at no additional cost. Thank goodness I'm not hungry right now. There are thick bars placed securely on the window. That reminds me, I watched a movie that had iron bars just like these. It was about a plan to escape a prison by filing down the iron bars. Of course, I wouldn't do such a thing. I don't even have a file. No, even if I had one, I still wouldn't do it. I have standards. There's a poster on the wall next to the toilet. We are currently out of toilet paper. Please be prepared if you wish to use the toilet. What does it mean by be prepared? I'm about to say, what do you do to be prepared? It's a simple bed. I don't expect it to be very comfortable to sleep on. If it were Detective Gumshoe, he would probably snore loudly while sleeping like a log. I may never get a chance to work with him again. However, this is the path I chose. I won't regret it. There's a poster hanging in the hallway. The Dice and Slice game. Roll the dice and decide your daily menu. Dice and Slice game has been cancelled due to the warden's arrest. We sincerely apologize to everyone who is looking forward to it. There's no need to apologize for canceling such a silly game. What now? Another visitor. You. Kay! Kay! It seems you're alright. I'm relieved. For now.
You know, this is kind of touching. Gotta get that out of there.
You look a little down, Kay. Please, cheer up. You didn't do anything wrong. I guarantee it. Please, just accept it. I am a murderer. That's not true. Why won't you believe in yourself? What should I believe in? I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing to believe in. That's not true. Before you lost your memories, you literally jumped into my life. As a result, your words and actions have become engraved in my memories. That's the mark you left behind. How can you call that nothing? I believe in your innocence. That's why you must believe in yourself as well. Thank you. But it's no use. Look at all the misfortune I've brought upon you. If you can, please forget it all. Your memories of Kay Faraday. Never. Kay!
You know, this takes me back. In my youth, I too was a gallant.
I don't care about you. Just shut up. Is this the kind of justice that the PIC seeks? This isn't justice. This is tyranny.
Justice, huh? I wonder.
This man, what is he planning? Why is he pushing things forward so forcefully? It all seems too unnatural. Is there a hidden agenda? There's no time left. It's all or nothing now.
Well then, I must take my leave.
Hold it. What? No matter how you look at it, Kay's arrest was unnatural. Oh, we're gonna have to logic chess our way out of prison, are we? Alright then. I've been wanting to deal with this bastard myself anyways. I've disliked him ever since he's just been really rude and snooty and just uncaring of everyone around him, and he's starting to piss me off. There must be something behind it. 4 pieces. And he's got a full hand here too.
Hey, I'm a busy man, you know? I'm kind of a big deal here, you see? I trust this won't take up too much of my time.
In order to make it out of this situation, I must break through his defenses. There are plenty of things I want to ask, but my time is limited. First, I'll ask about why he rushed the arrest. Unfortunately, I don't even get a chance to see what his strategy here is. I don't exactly know when to press him and when to not. I guess, for now, I'll just do for things that seem logical. I have no intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation. Logic chess. Begin. Kay is not the culprit. Kay is not the culprit.
My. That's a rather bold claim, you know. Anyone can shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see. My former project prosecutor.
Damn it. It's no use. I don't have enough information. My chance will come sooner or later. When it does, I mustn't let it slip by. Why did you rush her arrest? Why did you rush her arrest? I would like a clear explanation.
Explanation? What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb with me. You clearly did not follow the proper procedures.
Okay. Maybe you should pipe down a bit. Do you even know the position you're in?
Huh? Interesting. He's lying his lighter. I wonder if that implies something.
Suppose we let the criminal escape. What do you think will happen?
What will happen? Tell me.
I would be made to take responsibility, you see. I do hope you understand.
He keeps trying to flick open his lighter, but it's not starting.
Just take my advice and stay out of this. You know it's good for you.
I refuse. Kay is innocent.
You know, this is so beautiful. It brings me to tears. Why won't you just give up? Things are finally going well.
Really? Finally going well? What do you mean by that? Things were going well, you say? That's a strange way to put it. It almost sounds as if you personally wanted Kay to be arrested. Far more than necessary. Haven't you lost your impartiality?
You think so? That certainly wasn't my intention, you see. Edgeworth, my boy, you're reading too much into it.
He skillfully avoided the issue. However, I still have some serious doubt over Kay's arrest. Next, I shall ask him if the investigation was sufficient. So now we need to get more investigation. I can't miss even the tiniest piece of information. I'm trying to figure out his strategy here, and it seems like he might start wringing out his beard or when he's starting to get stressed. But it seems like he might be concentrating or might be unable to be pressed when he's trying to flick his lighter. At the very least, that seems to be the commonality I've noticed so far. It's the only way to break through this situation. How long did you investigate? How much time was spent on the investigation?
You know, I wonder about that. I don't really remember, you see.
There's no way I can accept such a careless answer.
Like I said, I don't remember. My memory's not as sharp as it used to be, you see. Sometimes I even forget my own son's name.
I really just dislike you at this point. I don't care about your idiot son. I want your answer regarding the investigation.
Yes, he really is an idiot. Even though I don't remember raising him like that.
There's no end to this. He just keeps on dodging the question. Let's try another line of attack to make him take me seriously. Was it under your authority? It's hard to say that the investigation was sufficient. The arrest, was it under your authority?
My, do I really look that important?
The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee Chairman? It's quite a prominent title. Not that I care much for it.
That was rather blunt. I'm so shocked I could cry.
I'm sorry. Flattery was never my forte.
If you keep talking like that towards me, you'll never get your prosecutor's badge back, you know? So you're going silent. Does this mean I can go now?
Crap. I think I know what I was supposed to do there. I don't really need my badge, do I? I've no intention of letting you push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation. It was under your authority. I don't need my badge. Let me make this clear right now. I do not live for the sake of my badge. Status means nothing to me. Do you understand?
Young. So young. Let me teach you something as your senior in life. What you were saying right now is far too naive, you see.
The look in his eye has changed. He might respond differently to some of my questions now. This is my chance. How long did you investigate? How much time was spent on the investigation?
Well, aren't you an impertinent one? Even someone like me is starting to get annoyed.
What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Answer me. Was the investigation sufficient?
Young folks always live life in the fast lane. That's why I like to bully them. You'll regret this soon enough.
Hang on. Damn it. Ridiculous. I was just thinking about my next strategy. On how to extract information from a weepy old man.
You should show some remorse, you know. Did you get it? I hold your fate in my hands.
Do you now? That's a news to me. After all. Oh. Wait. Haven't you realized it yet? Nope, I do not have you cornered. I have...
Wonder what you're getting so excited about. I sure can't understand that spirits all you young folks seem to have. Let me just keep burning this evidence. There you go.
That's a wasted remark. I have no intention... How long did you investigate? Wait and see.
In any case, even if you obtain some information, there's nothing you can do. Just give up already.
I refuse.
Mind if I ask why?
It's simple. The truth is fading away. That's all there's to it.
I see. I'm starting to understand what kind of person you are. But you know, it's all useless. It's enough to make me cry. Give it up. That girl's guilt has already been decided.
Really? Decided? That's strange. The way you said that, it almost sounds like it was decided from the very beginning.
What are you trying to say?
Her arrest was planned. Yes, it's clearly unnatural. Everything is progressing as if Kay's guilt was predetermined. Wasn't Kay's arrest planned from the start?
I see. That's an interesting theory. But I don't have time to indulge you in your flights of fancy, you know. Why don't we put an end to this silly conversation?
Curse it! He's trying to get away! For that, I must find out if the arrest was lawful. Crap. We're going fast. It's moving quick. It's still very faint, but I'm beginning to see the path to the truth. I can't let this opportunity slip by. I still have more to ask. Please, wait. There's still something I want to ask you.
I've grown weary of our little tete-a-ta. Please keep it short, okay?
Who made the decision? Who was the one who made the decision and to arrest her?
Well, I can't say I remember. Growing old is a terrible thing, you see. My memory's not what it used to be, you know?
I don't have enough clues. Alright, let's try a different path. I have more. What's the best basis? If I put together what you have told me up until now, I cannot help but say that there is no basis for Kay's arrest.
Yes, I understand. You see? But you know, it doesn't really matter either way. You can't overturn her arrest.
How irresponsible! Do you still claim to be the man of the law?
My, those are harsh words, you know? You know, you're starting to make me a little angry.
I'm not gonna piss him off.
You see, to be honest, I really can't answer all of your questions, you know? That's just the position I'm in, you see. I'm a busy man, you know?
Aren't you just pretending to be busy?
That's cruel, you know? This sort of chunk of coal has been working like a dog. Pretending. Just what do you think that would accomplish?
You don't want to talk about the case. Isn't that why you're trying to get away from this place?
How sad. Yes, how sad indeed. Do you really suspect little old me?
I do suspect you, and I'm confident about it. There was clearly no basis for Kay's arrest.
My, have you forgotten? Wasn't there evidence? The mask, the letter, and the corsage. All were found in the girl's possession. Not to mention, she even confessed. All this serves to prove her crime. Any objections?
Damn it!
You see? You have no response.
It's true, I've no objections. Although, there is one point that bothers me. This man seems awfully familiar with the evidence. To remember everything without missing a beat. That intrigues me. This could be a useful clue. Who made the decision?
Well, I don't remember. Growing old is a terrible thing, you see. My memory's not what it used to be, you know?
But you remember all the evidence then. So don't lie to me. Don't play dumb with me. Didn't you remember all the evidence in the full detail just now? Stop pretending to be a forgetful old man when things aren't going your way. Now then, who was the one who made the decision to arrest her?
I see. You're a sharp one, aren't you? You know, I wish my son could learn from you. Because he's a real idiot.
I'm not interested in your son. Who made the decision for the arrest?
You're a bad man, you know. Don't you already know? The one who ordered her arrest.
Wait. Crap. Who made the decision? Was it Judge Courtney? Ah, crap. Whoop.
I'm just keep burning evidence while you perish.
Oh, this man's tough. But I guess it makes sense that this guy would be tough. He's a mastermind here, he has to be. It was you. The person right in front of me. I'm certain of it.
Ouch. You make it sound like you commit some kind of injustice. Guess I'll have to clear that up. My honor's at stake here, you see. Very well. I'll continue to play along with you. Until you are satisfied.
What is most crucial here is... Okay, seems like we've finally slowed down a bit. How much this man knows about the case. If I can get him to reveal that. Oh. It's do or die. If I can overcome this, I'll reach the truth. About Kay. The suspect. Regarding Kay. How much do you know about her?
She's a suspect in the case. That's all I know, you see. Scouts on her.
I need evidence. Or clues at something. So try another line of attack. You know quite a bit. You seem pretty familiar with the case.
I'm a wise man, you know. I'm familiar with most things, you see.
I don't think it was very wise of you to arrest Kay in this case. What you burning there? I'm not gonna say anything.
I'm a very busy man. I can end this conversation anytime I want, you know. Don't you forget about that.
This would have already been over if you'd simply answered my questions. If you give me a proper answer, I won't take any more of your time. I will ask you once again, why are you so familiar with this case?
I read the case files, you see. Honestly, it was quite a drag, you know. But it's my job, so what could I do? Because of my position, you see, I can't just skip out on it. Well, I had some time to kill, so I read the whole thing, you see.
But you just said you were busy. That's strange. Didn't you just say you were very busy? Aren't your thoughts slowly coming to light now? If you truly wish to protect your opposition, I would advise you to rescind the arrest order.
You really are desperate, you know? The never say die attitude. It touches my heart. But you know, it's unfortunate that all your hard work was for naught. Because we discovered her dead unconscious body near the crime scene, you see.
You found her unconscious? This is the first I've heard of Kay's condition when she was found. She was unconscious in the storeroom. Starting to slip.
That's right. The source of that information is classified, though.
This man knows things that even I don't know. Does he know the whole story behind this case? This could be a useful clue. About Kay. Scout's honor? You're spitting on honor. Something you've said feels out of place. You know about things that the crime scene investigation never revealed. Why is that? Just how much of the truth do you know?
You're making that forceful face again. You know, it kind of makes me want to do the same. Like this.
No, I don't play with fire.
You really are a persistent one, you know? I can admire that, you see.
I would take that as a compliment.
Can't you give it a rest already? At my age, my body's not as strong as it once was, you know? There's no one else who could be the culprit besides her. She was even given that much evidence to show that she committed the crime.
I'm sorry. She was given evidence, you say? That's an odd choice of words. It almost sounds as if she did not possess them under her own will.
I see. You really do have a fine eye for the details, as expected of a former Prodigy prosecutor. You've already found your answer, haven't you? I'm listening, so go ahead and say it. There's no need to hold back.
I finally wrenched open the heavy door to the truth. Now, all that remains is to strike the final blow. I think it's this. Kay is not the culprit.
My. That's a rather bold claim, you know. Anyone can shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see.
I shall break through this without clue. You're done. Kay was framed. The true culprit is pinning the blame on her. That is my answer. Your beard caught on fire, sir.
Yes, you're a clever one. It almost makes me feel bad that your prosecutor's badge was taken away, you know? Yes, it's as you say.
Checkmate. What I'm worried is he's gloating about it. He feels like he's gonna get away with it. You arrested Kay, even when you knew of the existence of the true culprit. Don't toy with me. There's no way such an act would be tolerated.
You sure are green, you know? That's what a prosecutor's supposed to do. It will all work out fine if we make her guilty.
Who would desire such a resolution?
But I'd say maybe the BIC, and also maybe me, you know? When I heard your words just now, I could barely hold back my tears, you know? It was just so splendid, you see, and it burns me up inside. I'm not the most perfect piece of work, you know? So I can't forgive such youthfulness. You say the truth's important, but you know the real value of the truth holds. I wonder if you can still say the same thing.
What are you trying to say?
When you get to where I am, you can just create your own truths, anytime you want. Kay Faraday is a culprit. That was a truth that I simply manufactured out of thin air. Good, very good. That face, that expression. You were such a desperate one, you see. That's why I really wanted to bully you, you know. You see, even if you know the truth, there's simply nothing you can do. And that's the real value of the truth. So shocking that's to die for, you know.
Why won't you pursue the true culprit? How much of the truth do you know?
Do you understand now? The truth that you believe in is worthless, you see. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Honest former prosecutor?
You...
Ooh, scary. You know, I guess the friends of a heinous criminal are also quite heinous themselves.
Please, you...
And I'd like this, you see. One more person will disappear before me. Here comes the waterworks. These tears of mine just won't stop, you know.
Please. Everything will be decided in today's deliberation. Kay's innocence. I will definitely prove it. I refuse. April 6th, 8:30 a.m. Grand Tower, PIC meeting room.
10 members are present. The quorum has been met. From here on out, let the council begin.
Where's the 11th?
Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and abilities as prosecutor. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience and the gods of law.
A clear conscience. Don't make me laugh.
Courtney, please give us your report.
On April 5th, Prosecutor Edgeworth carried out an illegal investigation and resisted arrest. He was arrested by 2 of our members who caught him in the act, myself and Blaze Sebast. Prosecutor Edgeworth disrupted the investigation of attorney Jill Crane's murder. He claims that the culprit, Kay Faraday, was arrested without sufficient evidence. Even now, his claim remains unchanged.
Tell us more about the murder incident.
On April 5th, the victim's body was found here, in the PIC meeting room. Regarding the details. I, Sebastian DeBest, the best prosecutor, will enlighten you. The prosecutor in charge, Sebastian DeBest, will explain the rest of the details. The murder happened on the night of April 4th. The victim was one Jill Crane. On the same night, a black market auction was being held in this very meeting room. I guess Miss Crane was taking part in the auction. Yep. The murder occurred in the middle of the auction, did it not? It did. When Miss Crane was found, she was dressed like the conductor of the auction. However, based on the fact that the auction continued after the murder occurred, I deduced that Miss Crane could not have been the conductor. You aren't the one who made that deduction. Sebastian, please show everyone the basis for the arrest of the culprit. You got it, Justine. Kay Faraday was unable to bear the weight of her good conscience. I believe you mean her guilty conscience? Yes, it was her guilty conscience that drove her to confess the crime. According to her confession, the roof of this building, she met a figure in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
Crane was wearing a red raincoat.
You know, it just now occurs to me. You're wearing a red coat. Yes, that's correct. The culprit used the conductor's clothes as a red herring to mislead us. At the time of the murder, Miss Crane was wearing a red raincoat. It was I who discovered the raincoat near this building. He did. I'm sure it was the forensics team who found it. To be more precise, it was the forensics team under Sebastian's orders who discovered it. I thought as much. According to the blood analysis, the person in the red raincoat and Miss Crane were the same person. The decisive evidence is the culprit's own confession. She testified that she killed her. That's right, the culprit is Kay Faraday. It couldn't have been anyone else but her.
Well then, Edgeworth, if you have any objections, let's hear them.
I have no objections.
I see. Seems all the fight's gone out of you after your little overnight stay.
Objection!
Just kidding. I have no objections to your claim that I investigated illegally. I admit to that. However, I object to the claim that Kay is the culprit.
Overruled!
I will testify that Sebastian's investigation was fair and just. Of course it was, Justine. Don't you know that I'm the fairest of them all?
Edgeworth, my boy, despite how things may seem, I actually kind of like you. If, and this is just an if, you see, if you were to withdraw your objection, you might be sitting on this side of the bench tomorrow.
Are you kidding me? I hate you. You're disgusting. Vile.
I'll ask you one more time, Edgeworth. Do you have any objections?
Don't take me for a fool. I'd advise that you watch what you say. This man is the one who should be watching what he's saying. I'm talking about the case, not about a chair. I demand a testimony. By all means, let me hear it. I want to know how the PIC understands this case.
A testimony from us, huh? Fine then, if that's what it takes to make you happy. Courtney, give him the materials from the investigation.
Sir? But that's...
It's the end of the line for him. I'll let him go out in a blaze of glory.
If you insist, Mr. Chairman. You're gonna regret that choice. I will make you... Oh, I will make you... Oh, just beg to take it back.
Why don't we have Courtney give the testimony?
I have no objections. Mr. Edgeworth. Don't worry, Kay. You just watch from over there. I'm not letting my friend get hurt. Summary of the case. Miss Crane went to the black market auction as a customer. Red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Hang on. Hang on. Excuse you? What did you just say to me? Crane went out to this viewing platform where she was attacked by Care Faraday. That was how she met her end. And that concludes my summary of the case. The red raincoat was up for auction. Is that a fact? It's quite likely. The red raincoat had been a piece of evidence. It's the evidence from the first case. In the assassination attempt on the president of Zhengfa, as you well know. Originally, it should have been stored in an appropriate place. Wait! In that case, this doesn't make sense. The blood on that shouldn't be Crane's. It should be the killer's. When I asked about it, I learned that it went missing. And it somehow made its way back to the black market auction. Certainly, a natural conclusion.
My. Well done, Courtney. Your explanation is as clear as ever.
I am much obliged. Prosecutor Edgeworth, will you concede defeat now? Never. Sorry, but I don't plan on it. I see. I am relieved. Relieved? What do you mean? Come to think of it, the reason for questioning me yesterday remains a mystery. Wait. Does she know? I wonder. Is she being forced to do this? Is like she being blackmailed or something? If she's being blackmailed, then it would only have to be from Blaze. Just what is she thinking? Is she trying to help me? I think she might be. Miss Crane went to the black market auction as a customer. So, you're saying that a member of the PIC was involved in illicit dealings? Regarding that, I have no response.
He's right, you know. After this hearing is over, we're going to have to clean up our act.
A splendid decision, Mr. Chairman.
No. It's only natural, you see. There's no need to flatter me now. But, you know, that has nothing to do with you at all, Edgeworth. Because by then, you won't even be a prosecutor anymore, you see. Well, now that this tearful business has been cleared up...
Yes, sir. I will continue. Red Raincoat was one of the items up for auction. So, the Red Raincoat was also up for auction? Yes, it belonged to Shelley the Killer.
Based on the circumstances, we must consider that it was an item up for auction, you see.
That was what he wore when he targeted the president of Zhengfa. There was a mannequin that was positioned unnaturally amongst the auction goods. Ah, it was the mannequin. Wait. Don't tell me. No, the mannequin's in that photo. I was gonna say. Do you know how the goods were procured? We're currently investigating it. But it's none of your concern, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Soon, you'll be nothing more than an ordinary individual, and then you will be finished. It seems the results of this deliberation have already been decided. Enough about me. Please, continue your testimony. Since the raincoat had been up for auction, we believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. Alright. Why would the victim immediately leave her seat? It had to do with how the auction was conducted. It seems that after winning the bid, the winner was required to pay for the item immediately. That matches up with Miss Haunt's testimony. We believe that Miss Crane paid her bid for the raincoat, and then immediately tried to leave the auction. The only exit from the storm is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Okay. The victim was a PIC member. Couldn't she have also just left from the meeting room? If she had done so during the auction, then its existence would have been revealed to the public. Since Miss Haunt knew about it, it seems that the cat is already out of the bag. The customers were required to enter and exit from the hatch. Miss Crane was simply following protocol. Considering where the murder took place, she must have tried to leave through there. Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Carrie Faraday. Why would Kay do such a thing? We intend to question her about that later. Later? That seems to be your favorite time for interrogations. If the culprit was aware that the customers were required to exit from the hatch, it would have been easy to lie in wait for an ambush. Miss Cream was attacked when she was leaving the hatch.
And that's how she met her end, and that concludes the summary of the case.
Met her end? What do you mean by that? She passed away. Or to be more precise, she was murdered.
The candelabra was one of the items in the auction. Therefore, Kay should not have been able to get her hands on it.
If she was able to lie in wait for the attack, then she must have known about the storeroom. If she sneaked into the storeroom during the auction, she could have obtained it.
Now, if we only had some way to know for sure where the candelabra was during the entire auction, you know? Wait!
Is there any way to prove where it was? Where it might have been? Where it could have been?
It's no good. There is no such evidence.
Apologies. We have to find that evidence soon.
Edgeworth, it's too bad, you know? Seems you won't be able to use this live attack.
The victim encountered the culprit on the top of the roof, and the crime occurred there. According to her reasoning, the murder took place at the viewing platform. Was that really the case? Some piece of evidence must tell the whole story behind it. I should try looking at it again. Red ring codes up for... Let me try... Photo taken just after the crime. It was taken by Lotto, who had snuck into the storeroom on the 51st floor. After the conductor knew another person entered the storeroom, one of them was suddenly started screaming. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. Wait. Wait, hang on. But... that doesn't make sense. What about what Lotta said? Judge Courtney, I have found it to be strange for a while now. Why is Miss Hart here with us?
She is an eyewitness to the case. Isn't it only natural for her to be in attendance?
Oh, shucks. I reckon I'm more of an ear witness than an eyewitness.
It seems that gaining the trust of others isn't your strong point, Judge Courtney.
Perhaps I simply do not wish to be as tactless as you.
It appears you have failed to get the witness to tell you the most vital information. Please look at this photo. This was taken by Miss Hart.
The photo seems to have been taken in the storeroom. And what of it?
I want you to look at the hand. According to your reasoning, the incident took place on the viewing platform. However, Miss Hart encountered the incident in the storeroom. That's right. It had taken place just before this photo was taken.
Wait! That's true. Justine's reasoning.
Exactly. It does not hold up.
What?
Miss Hart, allow me to ask you again. You saw the person in the photo with your own eyes, correct?
I sure did. I see him plain as day with my own two eyes.
And what did you think at the time?
I figured I was about to get me a big scoop, you know?
I guess that makes sense. Ahem. That's not what I meant. What do you think of that person? What did you think of that person? Let me, hang on. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Sorry, I was texting family.
Huh? Well, I reckon she'd help me bring home the bacon.
Are you mocking me?
Oh, shucks, don't make me think that. Scare your face. It was just a harmless little joke. The person in the red raincoat, I reckon they were the culprit.
I hope you understand now. The crime occurred in the...
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I cannot understand your argument if you don't say it out loud. If you had simply asked, I would have been more than willing to explain.
Explain what?
Sounds Miss Harthard may not necessarily be related to the case.
Then what were they related to? That's impossible. Enough of your excuses.
Was the voice that Miss Hart really heard really that of Miss Crane?
Such a shady conversation must have had something to do with the case.
What did her voice sound like?
Her voice? Well, it beats me. How was I supposed to know? They were both using voice changers.
Yes, the voices Miss Hart heard had been altered by a device. We must therefore question whether or not they have any bearing on this case.
Really? That's strange.
You may not object just because you wish to sigh.
Judge Courtney, it seems I have greatly overestimated you.
No, Courtney is quite amazing, you see.
You claim that the sounds Miss Hart heard have no bearing on this case. Even if they do not, it doesn't change the fact that the crime took place in the storeroom. At the very least, the crime must have occurred before the victim went up to the rooftop. The reason being... the evidence that proves the crime occurred before the victim went up to the viewing platform. It's the blood in their hand, right? Oh, wait. There's two I'm gonna do it. At first, I thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Well, Miss Hart's testimony certainly made it sound that way.
Precisely. It was because she saw the person's hand was covered in blood. Anyone who heard her testimony would have arrived at the exact same conclusion. The person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and the blood on their hand was the victim's. However, if the person in the red raincoat was the victim, then the situation changes completely.
Wait, why does she have blood on her hand?
Ah, since blood can be seen in this photo, it must have been taken after the crime occurred. It seems we've been under the wrong impression in regards to the victim's condition. How could the victim have blood on her hand? Wait, now that I think about it, she actually has blood on her hand in the autopsy report on that same hand as well. Yeah. But why? Why does she have blood on her hand? This photo shows the true condition of the victim. The victim? I think she might have still been alive. The victim was definitely attacked in the storeroom. Immediately afterward, the victim was seen with blood on her hand. That must mean the victim was still alive even after she was attacked. The blood on her hand must have come from her own wound. No way! Are you saying that she died from a hand injury? No, that is not the case. I suspect she just held her hand against the wound. It can't be seen in the photo, but at this moment she must have already suffered a fatal wound.
If that's true, then it changes a lot of things, you know?
It seems you understand. This refutes your allegations against Kay. Kay encountered the victim after this picture was taken. I believe at that point in time, the victim was already on the verge of death. It's likely Kay just happened to be present when the victim reached the end of her strength.
It's quite the coincidence.
Indeed. I can only say that she was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, it seems you have forgotten a crucial fact.
You mean that, right? He must be pretending that he has a nose to you, see?
What did you say? Are you implying that I forgot something?
Courtney, I think it's about time you gave him his last rites.
Hey, Pops, Justine's with me, you know. Don't order around like that.
You know you're my son, you're so embarrassing.
Can we just throw this man out a window? Ugh. I'm not embarrassing. I'm sorry, but you're both rather embarrassing. Justine, give Mr. Edgeworth some,
Very well. I shall give him his last rites.
Let's do it then. Let's see you put an end to me. Edgeworth's contradiction.
When the body was found, there were 3 wounds in Miss Crane's chest. I'm sure you're well aware of what kind of wounds these were, right? Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with the 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you still say the same thing after reading it?
Well done, Justine. With this, Mr. Edgeworth will... I will offer a rebuttal, of course. Why would you do that? Didn't you just hear what Justine said? Of course, I did. And I still plan to object to it. It's not fair! You're always opposing me at every turn!
It was never my intention to oppose you.
Huh? Really?
It's simply not worth my time.
I see. So that's how it is. Yep. After all, I'm...
That's enough now. You're embarrassing your father, you see.
Huh? What do you mean, Pops?
I just do not like this man anymore. Blaze, can we just throw you outside the window? The 50th floor window? The 50th floor window that should
Hopefully put an end to you.
3 wounds. That sounds rather painful. Indeed. We must punish the culprit accordingly. Okay, do not listen to what she says. Judge Courtney, please continue your reasoning. Very well. She had 3 wounds. I'm sure you're well aware what kind of wounds these were, right? Why don't you ask Sebastian instead? Of course, Sebastian knows all about it.
Huh? Me? Yeah, I know everything.
He's obviously lying.
Sebastian, maybe you should sneak a peek at the autopsy report, you know?
Let's see here. The fatal wound was caused by the candelabra. Oh, so that's how it was.
The cause of the wound was just as Sebastian said. Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with the 3-pronged candelabra. So the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. Is that correct? Yes, the candelabra pierced right into her heart. Since this was Dr. Yaren's medical opinion, it must be the truth.
The coroner's medical opinion follows my own opinion. Therefore, it's perfect.
I certainly cannot ignore the autopsy reports. However,
Hey, don't ignore my opinion.
if the cause of death was a stab wound to the victim's chest, won't you contradict that piece of evidence?
Right. Oh, he's totally ignoring me. Justine, say something.
Yes, I will not allow you to ignore my reasoning. Nah, we're gonna go back. Hang on. She was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. That's interesting. Didn't we already prove a problem with that? Objection! Never mind. I could have sworn it was the same problem. But obviously there's something wrong with that statement, right? There has to be something in here, right? Wait. This doesn't have any holes in it. Where are the holes? Gem and Best, do you know what this is?
It seems to be a red raincoat. How about it, Courtney?
The victim, Miss Crane, was wearing this earlier. Prosecutor Edgeworth, must I repeat my explanation to you all over again? I suppose it just might come to that. Judge Courtney, answer me this. This red raincoat was stained with blood. Do you happen to remember where specifically those bloodstains were located? Of course I do. They were on the hood. Wait, it can't be.
What does this mean?
Judge Courtney, were there any other bloodstains besides the ones on the hood? None. They were detected. Don't you think it's strange? The victim died from a stab wound in the chest, and yet nothing's on the chest. In that case, there should have been bloodstains on the front of the raincoat. However, the only blood they found was on the hood. This is a huge contradiction. The wound on the victim's head is no ordinary wound. After all, the victim sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest. It does appear that way, doesn't it? The victim first suffered the head wound. If she had already been stabbed in the chest, the raincoat would have been stained with blood. Therefore, it is unthinkable that her chest was stabbed before she suffered the head wound. So the order of the wounds would be, first the head, followed by the chest. However, does that really change the situation? With this, a contradiction is born, one that overturns all of our assumptions up until now. Is that change really that great? I look forward to hearing it. Well then, this contradiction, why don't you show it to me? With evidence. Which piece of evidence shows the contradiction that arises from the order of the wounds? Oh! The head wound was post-mortem. This is the autopsy report written by Dr. Young. According to this, yeah, the head wound happened afterwards, but the head wound was post-mortem. But that's not what the raincoat shows. Exactly. It's the exact opposite. Bailiff, hurry and summon Dr. Bonnie Young at once. Until we hear what she has to say, we cannot close the curtains on this case.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Dr. Young is a busy person. It will take some time for her to arrive. In the meantime, let us try viewing this case from another angle. There's something that's been brought on my mind. One of the key figures in this case. The conductor. We still don't know who that person is.
Now you mention it, even after our investigation, we still have no idea who it is.
The conductor has come up time and time again during this hearing. However, at this point in time, their identity remains a mystery. How about it? Do you have any ideas?
I'm still not sure at the moment. However, there is someone I have in mind. A certain individual involved with this case who might know something about it.
Who's that? Blaze the best. I demand your testimony.
What? Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you suspect Pops?
Are you trying to cast suspicion towards the chairman of the PIC?
Yes.
Do you understand what that means?
Status and prestige mean nothing before the truth. That man is trying to pin the crime on Kay. The evidence that was in Kay's possession, the ticket stub, the mask, the corsage, these items did not come into her possession out of her own volition. By some method, that man purposely planted them on her personage.
It is hard to believe such a sudden accusation, but I'll ask just in case. Why would he do that?
Obviously, to direct suspicion towards Kay. I succeeded in drawing out those words from him earlier.
Mr. Chairman, your response?
Are you too shocked to speak?
And what of it? Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, what of it? You said that you drew out some words for me, but you don't have a shred of proof, you know? No one else heard it but you. Just doesn't work like that, you see? Or do you have something else? You know, some kind of basis for your argument?
His confidence. He also showed at the cell.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I would like you to explain once more. I trust we have your permission, Mr. Chairman.
But of course, I'm pretty interested in this matter myself, you know. I'd like to know just what part of me seems criminal to Edgeworth. There's no need to be no one as honest as I am, you see.
How can he say that with a straight face? Let's start from the top. The fact that the auction was held in this room is a cause for suspicion. This is the PIC meeting room. I imagine it would be difficult for non-members to enter. That's why all the members have keycards, you know? I think we can assume that multiple auctions have been held here before. Therefore, suspecting a member of the PIC would be the best. Yes, because the conductor have been a PIC member. Wait, no. What was all that about? What do I do, boss? Sell the enemy.
Sebastian really is an idiot, you know?
Sebastian, can you just come over here and just disassociate from that man? I just feel bad for you at this point.
You see, Edgeworth, I'm not the only one with access, you know?
Indeed. There are 11 members in the PIC.
They're willing to toss it on to other members, even though some of them might even be innocent. Curious.
Even if we rule out the victim as Crane, there's still 10 potential suspects.
It's not me! It could be legitimate, right? I don't know who it is, but whoever it is should just come forward. Yes, everyone just calm down, you know? Edgeworth, is that all you got? Where's the evidence to suspect me? No? You've gone silent. You've gone too far, you see. I won't forgive you anymore. It's too late for regrets, you know. A very important man, you see. Former chief prosecutor and chairman of the PIC. It's fine if you're not prepared to face the fire, you know? Because you see... Either way, it won't make any difference.
Because I'm gonna bully you.
You've been rambling on for quite a while about the most trivial details, you know? Like the location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and what else was there? It just doesn't matter, you know? Because you see, none of that means anything, you know? Think about it. We got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. That's all that matters, you see. She'll even get a lighter sentence with her confession now. Now then, there are any other contradictions, be my guest.
Then that can be considered testimony. There must be a contradiction somewhere.
That person. He's very important, isn't he? Mr. Edgeworth. It's alright. Let's just give up. Surely, I must have killed her. I can even remember it.
Don't be tied down by your muddled memories. If you want to believe in something, believe in your own innocence. Believe in me, who believes in you.
But
my opponent is a PIC chairman. Taking him down won't be easy. However, he has underestimated me. If I can take advantage of that... If you're not going to take me seriously, I'm going to make you take me seriously. That is a swear. If these trivial details create contradictions in the case, we cannot call it the truth.
It's fine, as long as the rest of the case makes sense, you know?
That's just neglecting your job duties.
Every case is gonna have a small contradiction or two, you see. But if we get bogged down by the details, we won't be able to arrest the criminal. Trials will go on forever, you see. You of all people should understand, you know.
I don't. That's why I'm asking you.
Young folks these days. Anyways, you were rambling on about stuff.
He's probably gonna slip up on something, I feel. The location of the murder and the order of wounds, and what else was there? The autopsy reports, and the questions about the conductor. Were you even listening?
Talk is cheap, you know. I was listening, you see. But I didn't think much of it, you know.
You didn't think much of it, even after I brought up all those issues. Perhaps your judgment needs to be questioned, rather than my ability as a prosecutor.
That's a good one, Edgeworth. You see...
How can you say it doesn't matter? Are you trying to suppress the truth?
Well, you see, it simply doesn't matter as much as you say it does, you know? You see, Edgeworth, you're only saying it matters to avoid the real issue here.
It may be true that she confessed. However, that does not make it the truth. She is suffering from memory loss, so we must question the credibility of her testimony.
Objection!
Oh god.
Even if you say that, you know, it still won't solve anything. What good will it do to deny her confession? Sounds like nonsense to me. But try asking her again. I think she'll just say that she's the murderer again. No.
Very well. Let's try asking her again, one last time. I'd like to hear from Kay herself, whether or not she is the culprit.
Huh? From me? Will that be alright? if this goes poorly, it will be quite unbearable for you.
I do not mind. However, I shall ask Kay the question myself.
I'm moved to tears, you know. Oh, how touching, you know. How very touching. Fine then. I'll let you ask her. However, I have one condition. If all this proves to be a waste of time, I'm going to burn you. And that will be the end of it. How's that sound?
The end of the hearing?
Yes, yes. It seems you can be smart once in a while, Sebastian. In other words, you see, if she confesses again, a Faraday will be found beyond a shadow of a doubt. Guilty. Yep, it's a fine idea.
Guilty, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, that's right.
That's harsh. But either way, if I do nothing, she'll be declared guilty. Kay,
Yes.
I know what I'm asking of you is unreasonable, but please, I want you to answer me. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. Do you remember anything? Anything that would prove your innocence?
Why? Why would you go that far for me? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to remember. Because I might have done something even worse. If that were the case, it would only make things worse for you, Mr. Hedgeworth. Kay Faraday must have been a despicable criminal. Someone who betrayed your trust.
Don't worry. We've only known each other for a short while, but I know you very well. I even say that I know you better than yourself now that you've lost your memories. You cannot possibly be the culprit, because your true identity is... You're the Yatagarasu. The great thief, Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is a noble thief who would never stoop to murder.
No, it's useless. After all, no matter what, that memory still remains. This image that's stuck in my head. I just can't get rid of it. That means I must have...
There's no clear evidence to prove that you're the culprit, besides your own confession. Remember what I said? You must believe in yourself. Or perhaps you cannot trust my words.
No, that's not it. It's because you are trying to save someone like me. You've already lost so much, all for my sake. I can't bear it anymore. Please, please just give up.
I see now. I thought it was strange. The reason you were acting like you wanted to be found guilty was because you were concerned about me. That's just like you, Kay.
It's because you're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Unfortunately, I may fall short of your expectations. I'm not trying to be a good person. No matter how much you may want me to give up, I'll keep trying to save you. That is the nature of who I am. Whether or not it is a burn for you is none of my concern. Okay? Believe in yourself once more. You are a noble, great thief. What you should be doubting is your memory of committing the murder. That is my wish above all else. Please. What? Huh? Kay!
What is it? Did you remember something?
Did she remember something now? It'd be like a bad movie.
Oh,
What? Bull? Bull?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, please ask her to clarify.
Well, Kay, what do you mean by bull?
I remember now. The person in the red raincoat had that with her.
What the?
That stuff, hold on. Oh, I'm certain of it. That's it. Is that true, defendant? Yes, Your Honor.
We know what it is.
The court hereby accepts the defendant's statement as a new piece of testimony.
Objection. You can't stop this. Quit messing around, Courtney. Testimony like that cannot be accepted, you know.
Your objection has been noted, sir. However, testimony about the victim's belongings
has been lacking up until now.
Objection. Nevertheless, you know, her vague memories cannot be trusted, you know.
Her memories are vague. That would be bad for us as well. Didn't you say this earlier yourself, Mr. Chairman? Since we have the suspect's confession, we don't need to worry about the trivial details. If we decide to doubt her memories, then we must also doubt her confession, which is the main foundation of her case.
Exactly. You can't have one without the other. If you accept her confession, then you've also got to accept the fact that she saw a bull toy. But if you don't accept the bull toy, then you can't have the confession.
Are you willing to do that, sir?
You're right. Well, never mind then. I shall leave it to you.
Thank you very much.
We did it. It was touch and go for a while there, but though. However, those words of Judge Courtney just now. It almost feels as if she's on our side. I think she does want the right thing, but something's stopping her.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know anything about this stuffed animal?
It was in the room. The stuffed animal Kay spoke of must have been this. We found it in the storeroom. It is believed to be one of the items for the auction. There's...
This...
Do you know something about it, Justine?
No, it's just a bit different from what I imagined.
Indeed. It's certainly not what I would have expected the victim to be carrying. Let's examine every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Wait. What's this? What's this? A cherry blossom petal is stuck in soft fur. Speaking of which, there were also some stuck on the red raincoats.
A cherry tree. Wasn't there one blooming in the viewing platform?
Yes, it seems safe to assume that this was taken outside. However, why would the victim be carrying something like this?
Left horn is missing.
There's a hole in this stuffed animal. It seems this hole is where the horn is inserted into.
I guess its head isn't stuffed with cotton. I wonder what's inside.
Perhaps I should examine the other side. You mean the other horn? The right horn seems to be fine, but the entire balance feels a bit off.
This horn... It looks like you can move it.
What? Huh? What the?
What was that buzzing sound?
It seems this toy is equipped with a recording device. What? And... I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me.
Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time.
What was that? A burn?
Is this
the moment of the murder?
Record something like this.
A burn? Records audio. Someone talking to another person is recorded. One of them has a burn mark.
This is... There ain't no doubt about it. This here was what I heard.
What?
We cannot verify when these voices were recorded. It's also possible that they aren't related to the case at all. If only we had some video as well. Oh, gosh. I'm telling you, that right there was the conversation I heard. The victim was holding on to it, right? I reckon it must have been recorded when she got attacked. That certainly is a possibility. However, your testimony alone is insufficient. I require something with a little more credibility.
Again, her words. It almost sounds as if she's trying to give me advice. Judge Courtney, there's no mistake that those voices were from the incident. Please recall the audio that was recorded by the stuffed animal. I knew who you were right away. You cannot hide that burn mark from me. If we compare this part of the recording with a certain piece of evidence, we can prove it. This evidence shows that the recording took place during the moment of the crime. Is it the burn mark on the victim's hand? Because didn't she have a burn mark? Burn mark on the victim's hand, yeah. I remember that.
the autopsy report. And what exactly what part shows it?
The burn mark. I remember clearly what that voice said. You can't hide that burn from me. On the victim's hand, there was a burn mark.
Indeed. It just happened to match up, you see. What of it?
According to case testimony, the victim has been holding a stuffed animal, and it just happened to record a characteristic of the victim, namely, the burn. That's just a coincidence. I mean, it could happen, right? No.
I do not think so. It's hard to believe that all of this is simply a coincidence. The voices on the stuffed animal were most likely recorded during the incident.
One of these voices must belong to the true culprit. From what we've heard, it must have been in the one who was doing the most of the talking. But what's the point? In the end, we still can't tell their gender or identity, you know? Indeed, because they had been using voice changes. It can't be helped.
It seems the situation has become quite clear. The conversation Miss Hart overheard was between the culprit and Miss Crane. That's what I've been telling you from the start.
And from this, we will understand a new fact.
Please enlighten us to them. I trust that you have no objections, Mr. Chairman.
Do what you want.
According to Miss Hart's testimony, just before the incident, 2 people came up from the auction hall using the lift. It must have been the conductor and one of the auction guests. They probably went in there to settle the payment after winning a bid. And then, it's there that the crime was carried out. Since the auction continued after the crime took place, we are led to a single truth. This is a new fact that we have arrived at. The culprit has to be the conductor, right? Since the conductor was the only one who could keep the auction going, we can conclude that the deceased victim could not have been the conductor. Justine?
Please be quiet here, okay?
If the conductor was not the victim, then they must have been the culprit. Huh?
Please wait. That alone is insufficient.
Of course, even I do not intend to rely upon the process of elimination. Certain traces left of the crime scene led me to believe that the culprit is the conductor.
Well then, please show it to us.
What could have been left behind that makes the conductor? No. Wait. Was it left behind to hide the storm's existence? The culprit purposely left a large amount of blood in the meeting room. In doing so, we were led to believe that the meeting room had been the scene of the crime. It was a ruse by the true culprit to hide the blood that had fallen from the storeroom.
So we wouldn't find out about the existence of the black market auction, correct?
Indeed. If the culprit had been unrelated to the auction, there would have been no need to do such a thing. Ergo, the culprit could only have been the conductor.
Well then,
Do you have any ideas who the conductor might possibly be? The auction hall is at the PIC meeting room, and furthermore, there's a storm above it. The conductor must have been, at the very least, a member of the PIC.
So, in other words, you suspect me, I take it.
Isn't it natural to suspect you, the one with the most authority in the PIC?
Objection! You're quite capable. I'll give you that much, at least. But you know, like I said before, you're far too naive. Let me burn some evidence real quick. Whoop. You have nothing, you know? There's no evidence that proves I'm the culprit, you see? If by some chance you do have some evidence, then why don't you present it?
Do I have evidence that Blaze is the culprit? I don't have anything, I don't think. If we did, we would have been done here. Blaze himself has suggested that he is the criminal. He's been showing that strange self-confidence for a while now. He knows that there's not a single piece of evidence left behind to incriminate him.
If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned, Edgeworth. Just kidding. I always wanted to say that, you know? Well then, Courtney.
Huh? I reckon I just remember something too. What? You also lost your memories?
No, that ain't it. Something just popped in my head right now.
Very well. Please, tell us.
Objection. Courtney, could you tell me what you are doing?
Prosecutor Edgeworth will not give up until we have destroyed every last possibility. I'm destroying every possibility, so he will never oppose us again. Justine, I don't really know what's going on, but well said. Pops, I'm gonna help too. After all, he's the one who's wrong.
Fine then. Let's hear what she has to say.
Well then, Miss Hart, please proceed.
Sure thing. Just leave it to me.
Please make sure you only tell the truth.
Ain't that a matter of course? I'm just a bona fide journalist of justice, you know?
Somehow I feel uneasy.
Y'all saying the culprit was the conductor, right? That means the victim was a customer. Now, here's where it gets a mite strange. You see, there were 11 people at the auction. When the auction continued after the incident, I went straight on over and snuck a peek down below.
You don't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. All 11 people were still there, present and accounted for.
I'm sorry, what? Huh? What? What do you mean? What? What do you mean? Are you sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
So it started with 11 people and there were still 11 people after the murder? Was it a ghost?
You know, Sebastian, normally a prosecutor would call that a contradiction, you know?
Were there really no changes in the auction at all?
Really, I'm telling you, the auction just went on like normal. But there was one itty-bitty thing, though.
What was it?
You know those hammers you always see at an auction? Like the ones that lady is using over there.
An auction gavel, perhaps?
Yep, that's the one. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the sound no more. It'd been banging away just prior to it.
The sound of the gavel? Does that have anything to do with the case? So the gavel's banging suddenly stopped. Huh. Interesting. Why would the gavel suddenly stop? If Miss Hart's testimony is the truth, then this matter has taken a grave turn. If the victim was neither the conductor nor a customer, the very foundation of Prosecutor Edgeworth's precinct would collapse. Justice prevails, as they say. I hope you've learned your lesson, Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, there really is nothing we can do.
It's not over yet. Some mysteries still remain. I have to think. If I don't, then Kay will be...
Did you want to get the answer you want this time? Well then, a deal's a deal. Oh, for God's sakes, can please...
Please wait, Mr. Chairman. I believe it is too early to make a judgment. There's still a few mysteries left in this case. Thank you, Courtney. Until we have solved it all, we cannot call this a complete victory. I see. She's trying to prolong it.
Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was expecting you to shout. Hold it. Like you always do.
Yes, of course. Once again, Judge Courtney has come to my aid.
Well then, what is it? What sort of mysteries are left?
Well, of course, there's the contradiction in the autopsy report.
That kind of thing.
I brought her here in. Oh, here we go.
What's wrong? Why are we selling cold here? Did someone suddenly get sick? I'll begin preparing a compress app. What'd you call me here for? Did something happen? Dr. Young, Miss Jensen, you have my gratitude for taking the trouble to come here. This won't take long, so please relax. Tell me what in blazes is going on. Of course, we called you here because something came up.
Judge Courtney, just what are you planning?
Bonnie Young, under the divine rule of law, please answer truthfully. There were no mistakes in your autopsy report, correct? Granny would never make a mistake. That's certainly strange. Huh? What's strange? This court has found an error in Dr. Young's autopsy report. Dr. Young, please tell the truth. Did you falsify the autopsy report? That's terrible! How can you accuse her of that? I have no idea what you are talking about. Why would I do such a thing in the first place? To protect the true culprit, of course. What you talking about? I would never do such a thing. That's strange. In that case, why would there be an error in the autopsy report, I wonder? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think?
I don't exactly know why you're unable to help me truthfully, Justine, but I appreciate it.
Oh? I expect you to press into her statement like you normally do.
Why is she taking control of the situation and trying to help me? I don't know what her goal is, but I must play along. If the autopsy report you gave to Sebastian had not been authentic, then the error should not have been there.
Wait a minute, I didn't do anything!
That is what we will figure out from this point on. Firstly, Dr. Young, I'd like to hear your testimony.
Well, you want to hear a testimony? It would be pointless.
I will be the one who decides whether or not it is pointless, not you.
There are patients waiting for us. But, granted, ow! Anyway, we don't have time for this.
Is there any way I could convince you? This is of the utmost importance.
Mr. Miles Edgeworth, Granny says she'll testify. So please, try to finish this quickly. If we don't return soon, there will be people in terrible suffering.
And yet, you were lollygagging about on the viewing platform earlier. I promise you, this won't take long. Only if she tells me the truth, of course. It's been a while since I've done a dual-person, testimony, it feels like. I feel like the last time I saw this was in Apollo Justice with, whatchamacallit, Lamoire and the kid. Error in the autopsy report.
There are no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports. I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive. There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report. Ow! I got nothing to gain from falsifying the autopsy report. Is what she says. See? There's nothing strange at all.
Yes, that's right, you know. There's no way she would falsify, you see.
Under the name of the goddess of law, do you swear that this testimony is the truth? Of course. Granny would never tell a lie.
We were asking Dr. Young. We do not need to hear from a third party.
I'm not a third party. I'm on Granny's side. If you raise an objection to my testimony, you'd best be preparing yourself, you ex-prosecutor.
I would definitely expose the contradiction in the autopsy report. Alright. There are no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports. So, you're saying there's no way Dr. Young could have made a mistake?
Of course. Doctors can't afford to make mistakes. This is a world where just one misdiagnosis can end a long career. I know that my granny, at least, would never. If I did something like that, you think they'd still let me run the hospital?
I guess fair. I'm working with corpses longer than you've been alive. So, in your long career, you've never once made a mistake.
The doctor's only as good as the length of her track record.
If we're just talking about a lengthy track record, that former chief prosecutor has one too. And yet, his actual abilities don't seem to measure up. I hope that you're not the same as well.
Ouch. That's a low blow, you know. But you know, Edgeworth, I don't make mistakes either, you see. Because you see, before I can make a mistake, those around me will have already made it instead. You see, I don't have time for mistakes. It's quite amazing, you know. It must be karma.
You can't compare a chief prosecutor with a doctor. You really can't.
There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report. Why are you getting slammed for that? The victim wore this raincoat after suffering a blow to the head. And yet, there was not a single drop of blood on the front of the raincoat. Therefore, it is impossible for the head wound to have been post-mortem.
Well, that's... Ow! I don't need you to tell me that. That's what I wrote down from the very beginning.
What? The autopsy report says that the head wound was post-mortem. That's completely different.
Ow.
What?
Yeah. I relayed to Karen what to put down in the autopsy report. After that, it was none of my beeswax.
Wait. Karen? Relate to Karen? Please elaborate on that. I relayed everything to Karen. After that, it was none of my beeswax. Wait. Huh? Autopsy report. Let me check this. The victim's body was discovered in the PIC meeting room. Estimated time of death sometimes between... What's his death? What do you mean? Relate everything to Karen? What do you... What? Wait. Huh? Oh, that was right. The music didn't stop instantly. I was confused. I was about to say, like, was I wrong? How could I have been wrong? Everything here is wrong. Dr. Young, please confirm what this autopsy report says with your own eyes.
How are you out for you? Ow!
Ah! Huh. Looks like Granny's getting a little shaken up.
This autopsy report wasn't written by me.
What? What do you mean? What? What do you mean?
Ow.
Ow. This is an abusive relationship.
I don't know.
Ow.
But, Granny, I can't say that.
God, dang it.
Miss Jensen, if you are trying to keep the truth in the dark, then... in place of the gospel law, I shall hear your confession.
Judge Courtney is talking with Dr. Young in private.
What? Is that true? Understood. I shall convey your words to everyone else. Dr. Young, I properly relayed the autopsy report orally to that child. It seems my granddaughter must have mucked it up when she was writing it down. Wow, she mimicked her voice perfectly.
There's no need for her to go that far, though. In other words, the contents of the autopsy report had been falsified by your hand, Miss Jensen.
Oh, With that, we've proven that the wound on her head came first, followed by her head-chest wound. Miss Jensen, why did you falsify the autopsy report?
Huh?
Hold on a second. She never said she falsified it, you know?
I'ma bet you asked her to falsify it. You have to be the killer at this point. And I just feel bad for friggin' Sebastian, because already his life is just not going well, and now he's just got an abusive father, and I don't even know if he's abusive, but verbally abusive at the very least.
She just made a teeny tiny mistake when she wrote down. Post-mortem and ante-mortem are sound kind of similar, you know?
They are complete opposites. That is a very definition of falsification.
Miss Jensen, why would you lie? Hey, ow! I want you to tell me, Ito, why would you do something like that? Granny, but
Because you falsified the autopsy report, Kay fell under suspicion. Tell me why you did it!
I can't say. I just can't say it.
Well, I don't want to say, but I can't. She's being blackmailed.
You're all a bunch of bullies, you know.
Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?
Ganging up on this poor girl who loves her grandmother so. She's totally unrelated to this. I think we can forgive her for one tiny mistake.
Is she now? That won't do. Aren't you the one with the most supposed to lose if she testifies?
What are you saying? You see, as a former prosecutor, you'll have to speak a little more clearly, you know?
Very well. As you wish. I shall answer clearly. Miss Jensen played an essential role in this case. She was an accomplice. Miss Jensen falsified the autopsy report in order to assist the true culprit.
Ow!
This girl's an accomplice. What's your basis for that claim?
It was impossible for a single person to commit this crime in the first place. The crime could not have been committed without at least two people, namely because... I wouldn't have been able... Oh! That's right! There was something strange that happened. Lotta said that there was 11 people before and after the crime, but that's impossible. But maybe it is possible. Well, if you had an accomplice. Someone suddenly joins in. If the conductor was the culprit and one of the auction and one of the auction guests was the victim, it would contradict the witness's testimony that there were 11 people after the incident.
What? You got a problem with my testimony?
No, actually, not at all. Rather, it's because I believe your testimony. That's why an accomplice must exist.
So, you still won't admit that your reasoning is wrong?
Reasoning? Up until now, we had not even considered the possibility of an accomplice. However, if there had been an accomplice, it changes the entire story completely. If the accomplice took the murdered auction guest as place, then the number of people remains 11.
I see now. So that's what you're thinking. You know, wouldn't that have been quickly discovered?
Miss Jensen and the victim have similar physiques. If she wore the victim's mask, she could have easily taken her place. Miss Jensen, did you switch places with the victim?
I wouldn't.
Who was the conductor? In other words, tell me who was the true culprit.
I can't. I mean, that would also cause trouble for Granny. Ow. But Granny, I will accept whatever wrongs you may have done. Just tell me everything.
Oh god, slaps! Oh god, oh god! Her head popped. As I thought. It appears you really were the accomplice.
Miss Jensen, why?
Miss Jensen, would you please tell us?
Yes. Okay, it's okay, Granny. I'm fine now. I switched places with the victim, Miss Crane.
So you admit to being the conductor's accomplice?
Yes, I helped out the conductor. I don't really know why, but for some reason, the conductor was expecting to be attacked by Miss Crane.
The conductor expected an attack from the victim?
They were so sure it was going to happen that they came up with a plan to counter it. We beat the victim at her own game, and that's when I was called in. I was told to wait in the storeroom before the auction began. Whoa there, you ain't full of my eyes. If you were waiting in the storeroom, I reckon I would have bumped into you. After all, I'd been up in that storeroom the entire auction. I'm telling the truth.
I wonder about that, you know? You really believe a girl would falsify a report?
I think there is a way she could hide. There should have been many places to hide in that storeroom, and there's one I can think of right off the bat that I can even present to you.
Then by all means, tell me. Where'd our little nurse hide?
The place in the storeroom where Miss Jensen hid was... Isn't it obvious? The damn costume box!
Take that!
she hid inside this costume trunk.
Costume trunk.
Now that you mention it, that box was already there before I snuck in. I figured I would hide in there myself, but it was wrapped up nice and tight with a chain. And it was locked too, so I had to give it up.
I suspect that when you sneaked into the room, Miss Jensen was already inside the trunk.
Yes, it would have been bad if one of the guests from the auction had opened the lid. After instructing me to hide inside, the conductor wrapped up a chain around the costume trunk. I think they went downstairs using the lift shortly thereafter. It was right before the auction.
So then, when the auction began, only you and Miss Hobb were in the storeroom.
Yes, that should be right.
The auction had been going on as usual, but when a certain participant made the winning bid, the conductor had committed the crime. Miss Hobb must have heard the altercation that occurred then.
You betcha! I was trembling behind that there statue the whole time, though.
Following the altercation, Jill Crane was murdered. After killing Jill Crane, the conductor carried her body to the costume trunk, let one out and put the other in. And Miss Jensen, who had been hiding in the trunk, was made to take Miss Crane's place. The victim's body was placed inside the costume trunk. The conductor then took Miss Jensen, who had been made to look like Jill Crane, and returned to the auction hall as if nothing had happened. Was this roughly what happened in the storeroom during the incident?
Yes, that's right.
Huh?
Pulling that old switcheroo with one of the auction guests. Ain't that impossible? That gal and the murder victim are two completely different and people, you know? Don't you reckon one of your participants would have noticed it and caused a ruckus?
No, they wouldn't, because everyone has masks. No, not at all. The reason they didn't notice the switch was because... Wait, huh? I was expecting to show evidence here. Huh? I guess she stole the victim's clothes, right? From what I can tell, Miss Jensen and the victim appear to have a similar physique. Furthermore, there was a rule requiring a mask to be worn during the auction. Oh, the mask is part of the... Yeah, okay. Mask is part of outfit. Gotcha. If the clothes were the same, I doubt anyone would have noticed she was a different person.
Yes, I blended right in. I borrowed Miss Crane's clothes and... Ow! You mustn't embarrass the dead like that. I know. I also thought it was pretty heartless to leave her exposed like that. So when the conductor wasn't looking, I covered her up in the raincoat like that was up for auction.
So she was the one who put the red raincoat on the victim. And then, the auction resumed as if nothing had happened.
I reckon I took the picture of her in the red raincoat after that. I'd make all the facts line up. After I took the photo, I went over to the lift and sneak a peek down. I witnessed the 11 participants, and then I hightailed it back in behind the statue.
Don't tell me. You were hiding it there the entire time until we found you.
Nah, that's... how should I put it?
What is it? Did something happen?
I didn't mention it before, but after that I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I fainted. Well, something like that. So something did happen! It ain't no big deal. Kinda embarrassing to say, though. There was this huge thump sound all of a sudden. I was a little bit surprised by that. It was right after I'd just witnessed a murder, so I was shaking in my boots. My heart sort of tightened up and I was off to La La Land. When I woke up, it was already the next day, around the time y'all came back to the storeroom.
I see. So there was a large town. Miss Hart, I take it you do not know what transpired in the storeroom beyond this point.
I guess. But after the auction, all the masks were properly returned. So I reckon the participants had exited through the storeroom, just like I done said.
Miss Jensen, what were your actions after the auction resumed?
I took the victim's place and participated in the auction. The conductor instructed me to win the bid for the costume trunk. Because the body was inside it. It would have been bad if another auction guest won the bid for it.
You didn't really realize that the box was empty?
No, we only found out when I came up the storeroom to pay the bill. The conductor was with me and told me to go search for her immediately. And then I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder.
Was that... Okay. Yep.
Yes, she probably fell down from the roof and lost consciousness.
So that's why Kay.
Maybe the victim left the hatch open when she went to the rooftop.
I understand now. He was surprised at seeing the collapsed victim and did not notice the open hatch. She must have missed her footing and fell down into the storeroom. Miss Hart, I have determined in the sound that made you faint. It was likely the sound of Kay falling onto the storeroom floor.
That might have been it. Though I reckon it'd be kind of pathetic to faint over something like that.
When Miss Jensen found the unconscious Kay, Miss Hart was also unconscious behind the statue. The situation is becoming clearer to me. Miss Jensen, please continue your story.
After I found Kay and the victim, I put them both in the trunk. If the customers at the auction found out, there would have been a huge commotion.
Was this an order from the conductor as well?
Yes, it was. But since I secretly decided to put the raincoat on Miss Crane, I had to dispose of the raincoat without the conductor noticing.
So the conductor didn't anticipate the raincoat becoming another piece of evidence.
And finally, we dressed Miss Crane in a spare conductor's outfit.
I see. In doing so, you made the victim appear as if she was the conductor.
In the end, the auction ended without anyone noticing anything.
Miss Jensen, your crimes have become clear. If you know anything else, please hold nothing back.
I want to help you more. That's all I know. If I had to say, there's just one thing that bars me. When I took Miss Crane's place, I borrowed her clothes. But there was no way for me to borrow her hair. Ow! What kind of coroner's assistant goes around stealing a corpse's hair?
I would think that robbing the deceased of their clothes would be questionable enough.
Both the color and the length of our hair is different, so I was worried about how to disguise it. However, the conductor even had a wig prepared for me. In fact, he had two of them. Inside the costume trunk, there was both a straight wig and a wavy wig.
2 wigs? Why were there 2?
Who knows? Maybe it was a precaution in case the victim had changed her hairstyle? I ended up using the straight wig to match Mr. Crane's hair.
So that means the wavy wig was left unused. A wavy wig? Is that really all you know?
Yes. Yep, that's really all I know.
So that means you don't know who the conductor is. Seems like they took care to conceal themselves.
I'm sorry. I only knew that person as the auction conductor. I never saw that person without a mask on. The conductor seemed to be on guard. Towards everybody.
At this rate...
Edgeworth, is that all you've got? Even if that little nurse is an accomplice, it changes absolutely nothing, you know? In the end, the true culprit is still Kay Faraday. All you did was add another criminal, you know? The rule of law cannot be overturned. At least not for your sake. Now let me burn some evidence. There we go.
Is this as far as I go? Am I unable to save Kay?
Objection!
Franziska! Thank you! Franziska! Why are you here?
Didn't I tell you, Miles Edgeworth? Wherever there's a case, I will follow. Prosecutor Von Karma, your hard work is most appreciated.
Were you working with Von Karma? What did you find?
However, don't get the wrong idea. I only came here to find out the truth behind what happened to Kay Faraday. I don't plan on forgiving you for your abandoning the prosecutor's path.
That I don't care. Fine by me. Whip me all you want. Just save Kay, for the love of God, please. I understand.
You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday.
Detective Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe did...
Listen well, Miles Edgeworth. This will be the final piece of evidence. Jill Crane suffered the wound on her head first.
We've already learned that.
Well, someone say something.
Well, I hate to say it, but we already proved that.
Already proved?
Yes, well, just a few minutes ago.
Ah! You should have told me sooner.
I didn't know where you were! You're the one who barged in here and started talking!
Well then, does that mean we found out what the murder weapon was already?
No, not yet.
Is that so? In that case, listen well. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt cylindrical object. The wound on her chest was suffered post-mortem.
Really? A cylindrical murder weapon?
Objection. You know, this report of yours, I trust it's accurate, of course.
These are the results of 2 independent autopsies carried out by 2 respected doctors.
Objection. That's reassuring. But it's too bad. You have no right to investigate this.
Interpol is after the black market auctions, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. The victim participated in the auction. Therefore, it's only natural for me to investigate. Especially now that she's been murdered.
I see. Clever girl, little Von Karma.
Thank you!
That has been settled. The victim died from blunt force trauma to the head.
Oh,
Unfortunately, the murder weapon has yet to be found.
just knowing the shape of the murder weapon gives me an idea as to what it might be. A cylindrical object. A cylindrical? Cylindrical? Is anything mentioned cylindrical? I don't think you can beat someone to death with a badge. No. The letter? No. Ticket stub? You can't beat someone to death with a flower, unless you can pick up a whole building. No. No. This isn't cylindrical. This just tells us that. Keycard record. Justine Courtney and Jill Crane. Miss Crane. Conductor's close. The black market auction was being held in the Grand Tower. The items of... The sound of the gavel was not heard after... Gavel? Don't tell me. The sound of the gavel was not heard after the murder. Are you telling me the murder weapon might be the gavel? Hey, in my investigation, we didn't find any other murder weapons, you know? If you consider the conductor's possessions and the crime scene, the answer should be clear. There's one object. The blunt cylindrical object is used in the auction hall was? It was an auction gavel. It was something the conductor had in their hand during the auction. A gavel. Namely, an auction gavel. An auction gavel? We didn't find anything like that! If the culprit is the conductor, it is possible that the gavel may be the murder weapon. However, that alone is not reason enough. Wouldn't you agree? I agree. Of course, I have proof to back it up. This piece of evidence proves that the murder weapon is the auction gavel. It has to be Lotta's testimony. She mentions the gavel. Take that! According to Miss Hart's testimony, after the victim had been murdered, it seems she suddenly stopped hearing the sound of a gavel during the auction. However, she has been able to hear it up until then. Why was that, you ask? It was because it had been used as a murder weapon and was covered in the victim's blood. It became necessary to dispose of it. Isn't that right? Blaze the best. I'll have a search for the murder weapon performed immediately.
Well, good luck with that, you know. You gotta work as hard as you can while you're young, you see.
He's completely confident that we won't find it.
Well then, while the search for the murder weapon continues, I hereby call for a brief recess.
We've got to get close. He can't hide forever. Come on, Blaze. You're not going out in a blaze of glory. I'm just burning you to the ground. And I'm freeing Kay. I will free her.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Von Karma, your report, please. I have bad news. We searched every inch of the Grand Tower, but the auction gavel was nowhere to be found. That's most unfortunate. It seems I am left with no choice but to pronounce a verdict.
Well, it sure seems that way, you know. Normally, he wouldn't commit a blunder like that, like leaving behind a murder weapon, you know. The best criminals would never do something like that, you see.
Oh, I don't have enough information. Is this as far as I can go?
Yes, it's a shame, you know? But it can't be helped, you see. This takes me back, you know? All those defendants who came to me asking for a plea bargain. They trusted me, you know? Told me every one of their dirty little secrets, you see? And when it came time for the trial, I'd get them sentenced to life in prison. They were all completely dumbstruck, you know? Each and every one of them. Oh, how I wish you would all see that. You know, the stupid look on their faces.
I shall hereby announce my verdict. Please humbly accept the words of the law.
There's nothing more I can do. With this, both Kay and I are...
If only we had some evidence! I never thought that I would be passing judgment on you like this.
Is this the end? Please, someone!
The defendant placed the bet.
What?
I hereby indict you.
What? Huh? What? What? Courtney!
Huh? What's gone into you all of a sudden?
Courtney, what are you doing?
I have here documents regarding a certain case. The IS-7 incident, a case that happened 18 years ago.
What are you doing? Documents, you say? Why would you suddenly... Wait, you don't mean... On the day of the crime, the record of your keycard being used because you came in here!
I came to this room to fetch these documents, of course.
Oh, Courtney!
Although, when I entered the meeting room, it seems it was before the black market auction had begun. At first, I told you that I came to gather documents about you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. At that time, I simply could not tell you the truth.
Were you trying to help me? Courtney! Now I just feel like an asshole for... What are you doing, Justine? Why are you indicting Pops? Without any basis...
That was a wonderful remark, Sebastian.
Huh? Really?
Of course there is a basis. During the case 18 years ago, Prosecutor Manfred von Karma fabricated information regarding the body.
Was he hated?
It was because the body of the sculptor, Isaac Dover, had been stolen.
Papa fabricated information about body. What do you mean? Detective Lacer, who handled the initial investigation, reported that the body had gone missing. However, in order to deceive the Prosecutor von Karma, there is a person who purposely did not report to him and that the body had disappeared.
What? What did you say?
That person would not forgive those who defied him, nor would he allow others to hold power. He would use any means necessary in order to bend others to his will. And then, also 18 years ago, Director Young was ordered by a certain individual to write a fake autopsy report.
You're kidding! Dr. Young was the one who wrote the autopsy report for the IS-7 incident!
Please, wait. Granny didn't do anything wrong. She wasn't ordered by that person. She had no choice but to obey. That person was the chief prosecutor at the time.
Blaze the best.
The chief prosecutor? 18 years ago? You don't mean...
The chief prosecutor who gave Papa his first penalty.
Blaze the bet.
It was none than you. Blaze the best.
What are you saying? Pops would never do something like that.
I feel bad for Sebastian, but we gotta get this bastard. Sebastian, we do not need your opinion right now. Blaze the best. Do you have a rebuttal?
Fabricating stuff about the body. Von Karma did all that on his own, you know? Falsifying the autopsy report. Young, you would actually do something like that. Man, you really did some terrible things behind my back, you know?
You are not escaping this time, bucko. Seeing as how all the parties concerned are here today, we should ask them directly.
No?
Please, wait. Granny, ow! Granny, I'm sorry. No, that's why Yeah, because if I didn't... He said he would expose you. If I didn't assist in the crime, Granny would be prosecuted. That's what that man, the conductor, told me!
Ah, fire's a little hot, isn't it, Blaze? So, Miss Jensen, was being threatened. Was the conductor who threatened you Blaze the best?
I don't know. The person who threatened me was the auction conductor. They do have similar physiques, but I never saw the person's face.
Any trivial thing is fine. Give us a characteristic that could be a clue. Anything!
That's right. The conductor's mask, it exposed just a tiny part of his face.
Really?
There's a tattoo there. I'm sure of it.
A tattoo? The conductor wore a white jacket with a purple flower, white gloves, and a mask. Has a facial tattoo. Hey. A tattoo, you say?
Objection. I really have no idea what you're talking about, you know. As you can see, there are clearly no tattoos on my face, you see.
That's because you have a big old beard, bucko. How about we shave that off and take a closer look?
So that person doesn't match me at all, you know. The person who threatened her, this so-called conductor. I wonder who it is, you know.
You have incurred the wrath of the gods of law. I suggest you watch what you say.
Hasn't he incurred your own wrath rather than the wrath of the goddess?
Jill Crane had been pursuing you, just as I have.
So that's why. That's probably why you've been so against us. It's because you had to be. You were trying whatever you could to get close to Blaze. Well, I just feel like an asshole for disliking you in the past. I mean, I won't deny that you still were annoying, but I get it now why.
And I will not let her death be in vain.
Crane was, you know. You say she was pursuing me. My, I didn't really know her that well, you know. I don't mind girls chasing after me, you know. I don't recall ever falling for me, you see.
You didn't know the victim well. That's a testimony we haven't heard up until now. Before the eyes of the gods of law, you shall give us an official testimony.
I love having Courtney on my side. This feels fantastic. Having a judge on your side really changes the tide, doesn't it?
I see. Everyone's bullying me. If you're gonna go that far, that's fine, you see. I'll just have to make you disappear. Every last one of you.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall cooperate with you as well.
Thank you.
If we let this opportunity slip by, I doubt we will ever get him to stand in court again. Please, do not let this chance go to waste.
Yes. For your sake. I promise I will live up to your expectations.
Let's do it.
Now then, Blaze the Best, you shall testify regarding the victim.
Let's do it.
Come on, Justine. Regarding Jill Crane.
The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the prosecutorial investigation committee, you see. Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know? Either way, it's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know? Wait!
Wait. I said him 18 years ago. It's over. Years ago. I promise that I'll get it back for you, your most precious memory. Your revenge for 12 years ago?
It's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know? I have no idea why she was pursuing me, you see.
You intend to deny your guilt to the better end. And don't you? Of course he does. There's no way Pops could be a criminal. I mean, he's my Pops, you know? He's the very best. Like no one ever was.
Yes, Sebastian. If you're gonna stick up for me, be sure to have a clear basis, you know?
Oh, right. I got it. I'll clear you of these false accusations, Pops. I believe in you, Pops. I won't lose to someone like Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes. Really are pure, you know?
Oh, you're just really pissing me off.
That person. He really loves his father, doesn't he?
And yet that father deserves none of the love that Sebastian's given him.
However, one must be able to accept the mistakes of their father.
Sebastian doesn't need to be giving that asshole any love.
No matter how much they look up to him. Each person must atone for their crimes, no matter who they are.
This is going to be hard for Sebastian, but I simply cannot overlook his father's crimes. I'm sorry, Sebastian. I really, really am sorry for Sebastian, but I'm not letting this monster go away. The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee. She was a member of the PIC, and you should have been familiar with her.
Well, I knew her face, but that's about it, you know? It's not like we met each other on a regular basis, you see?
Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know? Okay. So you're saying you weren't very familiar with the victim?
That's right. I didn't even know about the burn mark on Crane's hand, you see?
You didn't know about the burn mark? That's kind of hard to believe. How would you not know? It's on her hand.
Well, yeah, you see, even if I had gotten closer, she would have disappeared soon. It's a pain to remember someone, you know? When they're just gonna disappear, you see?
What do you mean by that? In other words, anyone who defies him disappears. I'm allowing you to add your statement about the victim's burn to your testimony. I only just learned that she had a burn mark on her hand. So you're saying that you didn't know about the victim's burn? Is that really the truth?
You really are persistent, you know? Do you really think I would pay attention to every little wound on a woman's hand?
I would think that the burn mark on the victim's hand would be hard to miss.
Now that you mention it, Jill Cream would regularly wear gloves. I too did not know about the burn until the incident occurred.
Wait! Whoopsie. Wait, hang on. Hang on. One of them has a burn mark, but Jill wears gloves, you say? If Jill wears gloves... Jill Crane regularly wears gloves.
I thought so. She was probably trying to hide the burn mark, you see? I understand how sensitive a woman can be about these things, you know?
I would like you to add your so-called sensitive understanding of a woman to your testimony. Maybe she was always wearing gloves in order to hide the burn mark, you know? Finally, I've got you. Right where I want you! It's impossible for that burn mark to have been seen if she was wearing gloves. Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. If that's true, then it creates a huge contradiction.
No? A huge contradiction, you say?
I would like you to listen to the voices recorded on this stuffed animal one more time. And I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. So, we were under the impression that this was the moment when the victim was murdered. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. We thought that this statement was said by the culprit.
Isn't that fine? What's the problem, you know?
There's a huge problem with that. If the victim had been wearing gloves from the start, it would have been impossible to see the burn on her hand.
Objection. Gloves come off very easily, you know. She's gonna take them off during the auction.
Huh? That's not true. Miss Crane had been wearing her gloves when I took her place. She must have been wearing them before she was murdered.
What are you saying? Don't you understand the position you're in?
I'm not scared anymore. I have Granny here with me. Blaze, your day of reckoning has finally come.
Somehow, seems like you all want to disappear. Permanently.
The only one who will be disappearing here is you. Blaze the best.
Hey, how dare you say that to Pops? Does it really matter if the burn mark was visible or not?
It certainly does matter. If the burn mark was visible, then we'd have a complete turnabout of the situation.
What are you saying? If the victim's burn mark wasn't visible, what exactly does that tell you?
Oh. The culprit also had a burn mark, right? That's the only thing that makes sense, because that was what she was saying. Sebastian, turn your way of thinking around. If the victim was wearing gloves, then her burn mark could not have been seen. In that case, whose burn mark was seen? Someone else's burn mark? Precisely. The culprit must have had a burn mark as well. In other words, I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. The person who said this was not the culprit, but the victim!
Objection.
So you've got a burn on you somewhere.
Sebastian, could you please step aside? Edgeworth, all your reason up until now is just a figment of your imagination, you know? The culprit had a burn mark? Where was it, you know? If you can't answer that, then your logic doesn't hold up, you know?
Where was the culprit's burn mark?
I wonder where the burn mark could have been. During the auction, wasn't everyone wearing a disguise?
Yeah, indeed. During the auction, everyone should have been dressed in a particular way. If the burn mark was still visible under those conditions, then...
Now, why don't you show us? Where was the culprit's burn? You'll have to show me the proof to see.
Proof. It would be... has a facial tattoo!
Take that!
You think this could... It was what the conductor was wearing during the auction. They knew that they had a facial tattoo. But how? If they were covered up. In other words, the outfit you were wearing at the time.
What can you figure out from the clothes alone?
A lot, actually. The conductor had been wearing a white suit, white gloves, and a mask. His attire had covered up most of his skin. However, according to the Miss Jensen testimony, the conductor's mask exposed a small part of his face. The bottom. A facial tattoo, and where it would be on his chin! In addition, while she thought there had been a tattoo there, it's possible that she mistook the burn mark for a tattoo! A burn mark on his face. Sebastian, you know!
That's all very scintillating, but I'm afraid you're getting excited over nothing, you know? None of the PIC members have any burn marks on their faces, you see. Naturally, that includes me as well, you know?
Huh? Pops, but...
Sebastian, could you please be quiet? If you're an idiot, then act like one, you know?
He's not an idiot. He's simply just misguided. Sebastian, you know the truth. Normally, Sebastian is a nuisance to everyone around him. But this time, I owe him my gratitude. That reaction from Blaze to Blaze's own son, it reveals the truth more clearly than anything else. Thanks to him, I am confident that my reasoning is correct. I know who that unidentified piece of evidence belongs to.
I wonder what's wrong with that prosecutor.
Usually, Sebastian is slower to arrive at the truth than anyone else. However, this time he has probably figured it out. His own father is a criminal.
Since he knows the truth, he's in pain, isn't he? If he didn't know the truth, he could have remained blissful in his ignorance.
Okay. We are here in order to pursue the truth. It doesn't matter what path my reasoning takes. The important thing is to arrive at the truth. Once before, when I lost faith in my reasoning, you said that to me and showed me the way. This time, I shall show you the truth. You are innocent.
I also want to know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me.
Yes, that's the spirit.
That's impossible, you know. For all of you. I mean, just where could I possibly have a burn mark? It's nowhere to be found, you see. There's no evidence to prove that I'm the culprit, you know.
That's right. There's no contradiction at all. There's no way there could be a contradiction. Not for my pops. I'm sorry, Sebastian. Sebastian, I understand why you don't want to admit it. However, if you avert your eyes from the truth, you will regret it forever.
Pops, just what should I do?
I really wonder why you're such an idiot, you know. Sebastian, if you really want to save me, you'll have to try a little bit harder, you see. Gotta use your head, you know. Honestly, you really are a useless idiot.
You're a monster!
No way. But I tried real hard. I tried my best, Pops. I went to the school you told me to go to. I reached the top of my class, just like you told me to. I just look at this jacket. Only someone who graduates at the top of his class gets to wear it. I did everything you told me to. That's how I got to be the best at the academy. I even won all those awards. Just so I could be like you, Pops.
Objection.
What?
You really are such an idiot, you know.
You piece of shit. Get away from him!
You know those gold stars you got on your test? I made the teachers give them to you. Every speech and debate contest, all the judges were my friends. You know, Sebastian, if you weren't even able to know something like that, you're really not worthy of being called my son. Don't you think?
Sebastian.
Oh, don't worry, Sebastian. I'll make sure to get this piece of shit.
Even my son disappeared. Oh my, it's enough to make me cry, you know?
Cut the shit. You've pissed me off long enough.
He was trying his best for me, and yet he was totally useless, you know?
You are truly a despicable person. As the chairman of the PIC and as a father. Even I feel sorry for that foolish prosecutor.
Poor Mr. Prosecutor.
Plays the best. You. Just what do you think of your own son?
He's just a useless pawn, you see. Oh, now, maybe you should look in the mirror before you criticize me, you know? I mean, even you. You also used Sebastian to get close to me, didn't you?
I cannot deny that. However, he is not a mere pawn. He always tries to do his very best, even if the results aren't up to par. I've seen just how hard he tries, and yet you refuse to even acknowledge it.
Objection. That kid is no good, you see. No matter what he does or is told to do.
Mr. Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering to the goddess of law to you. Deliver her divine judgment against Blaze the Best.
Yes, that was my intention from the beginning. If there was a burn mark on the conductor's face, then Blaze the Best must be hiding it. What was he wearing during the auction? That is the key to revealing the truth.
Well then, allow me to hear your answer. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face.
I mean, had a burn mark. I mean, obviously, wouldn't that just be the tattoo? That tattoo could be mistaken for a burn mark, potentially, I'd imagine. dyed her prepared wig so that Jill Crane could be impersonated. For some reason, there was both a straight wig and a wavy wig, but since Miss...
Wavy? 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 Take that!
Like your hair. Your hair! If you would recall Miss Jensen's testimony, there's still one point that remains unexplained. 2 types of wigs have been prepared, one of which was left unused.
Do you mean the wavy wig?
What are you talking about? It was something Miss Jensen found when she switched places with the victim.
What does that something like that have to do with the
Burn! Inside the costume trunk, Miss Jensen witnessed 2 wigs. One of them had been used by Miss Jensen to make her look like the victim. Now then, just what was the other wig used for?
It doesn't seem like it was a spare wig.
There's no need to overthink it. Just compare the attire of the true culprit, the conductor, with that of Blaze the Best. That's an awfully wavy hair like that, you know?
Don't stare at me like that.
Don't you think there's just one spot where there's a huge contradiction? Specifically around his face?
So that's not a wig at all.
Indeed. It was no wig. Blaze the Best! It was your fake beard! A real beard, you know? Don't tease me like that. It's worth it.
No running now. Your son must have realized the truth before anyone else. That's why he was trying so desperately to protect you. You were also worried that he would tell the truth. Isn't that why you drove your son away from here? Because he knew that his father was hiding a burn under his fake beard.
Blaze the Best!
How about you remove that fake beard of yours? Time to burn. Oh, yeah! Well, well, well. There it is.
A burn mark. Prosecutor Edgeworth, justice has been served before the goddess of law. For that, I give you my thanks.
I should be the one thanking you.
Blaze the Best, I hereby announce my verdict. You shall be taken into custody for the murder of Jill Crane.
Finally!
Yay, I want to give you a hug. But I want your memories returned.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you very much. I'm so happy you believed in me to the very end.
There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor? No. As a friend? I simply wanted to save you.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I bring good tidings. It seems that former Chairman DeBest has been safely detained in the detention center. However, the search for the murder weapon, the auction gavel, continues. Blaze DeBest is a shrewd man. There's a good chance that he has already disposed of it. There's also one piece of testimony that concerns me. Blaze DeBest mentioned that the only thing he did not fake were the letters.
What do you mean?
First, he found this letter in Jill Crane's clothes. Then, he also found this letter on Carrie, who was unconscious in a storeroom. The contents of the letter seemed to suggest that the two had been corresponding with each other. So why? Which is why Blaze the Best assumed that the two were working together.
Ridiculous. That can't be right.
After reading the 2 letters, he decided to pin the crime on Kay Faraday. In order to cast suspicion on her, he planted one of the letters in a noticeable spot. The deceased Jill Crane's left breast pocket.
Isn't that just an excuse?
Yes, that's what I thought as well. It may have simply been a last-ditch effort to save himself. However, before the stern eyes of the goddess of law, these are all trivial matters. His crimes shall certainly not go unpunished. With this, I have finally fulfilled one of my long-standing missions.
Judge Courtney, Will you tell me what you know? Why did Blaze the Best murder Jill Crane? And what lies hidden behind this case?
Yes, I don't mind. You have the right to know everything. Long ago, Jill Crane was in love with a cameraman. That man was pursuing the black market auction as a journalist.
Really?
And then, before he could reach the truth, he was erased. The feelings and the items Miss Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to the auction. She had come to exact revenge on the conductor, Blaze. Although, in the end, she was the one who was murdered instead.
I see. So that's what happened.
While the gods of law cannot condone her actions, we have succeeded in her goal of bringing Blaze the Best's crimes to light.
So, Judge Courtney's goal was to expose Blaze the Best. And reveal the dark secret of the PIC.
By the way, what happened to the young prosecutor? We have been unable to contact him for some time now. Do you have any idea where he might be? I had not been truly working for him, so... I see. I feel very sorry for him.
What you should be sorry for is the fact that he was kept in the dark until now. No matter how cruel the reality is, he will have to accept it. If he can't, he won't be able to walk his own path in life. Ever. A father's influence is not something that is easily erased. However, I'm sure he'll be able to change from here on out.
Yes, that's right. Surely, you must be right. Will I, too, be able to walk my own path in life? Kate, is your body alright? Yes, thank you. Thanks to you. I'm so sorry, even though you're my patient. You ended up getting suspected because of me. Ow! You can't just take care of the patient's body. You gotta take care of the heart, too. That's my granny. Kate, how are your memories? I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something.
We need something to give her that, maybe. Maybe I can give it to her.
Well then, I shall take my leave here. I'll be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial.
That would be the trial for the murder of Horace Knightley. Who's in charge of the defense?
Miss Crane was supposed to be her defense attorney, but now that she has passed away, we are currently arranging for a replacement defense attorney.
Jill Crane's been in charge of Patricia Rowland's defense.
I'll also have to get in contact with Sebastian quickly, since he's the prosecutor in charge. Well then. Please, wait, what about Mr. Edgeworth's or his prosecutor badge? What will happen to his prosecutor's badge? With the chairman's arrest, the PIC is no longer functional, so I cannot answer that question easily. Perhaps one could say only the gods of law knows. But that's...
You don't need to worry about me. This is the path that I have chosen.
It seems you have no plans to change it either.
Of course not. I chose this path to seek the truth.
With the departure of Blaze Vest, the law has once again returned to our hands. If you truly desire to continue the prosecutor's path, I am willing to assist you in reclaiming your badge.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. I do not relinquish my badge with the half-hearted feelings.
I see. It seems that our paths of law will continue to run counter to each other.
Until our paths cross once again, I shall have you hold on to that badge.
That was my intention from the start. However, on occasion, the gods of law is quite generous. Please return this notebook to its proper owner.
Maybe this will help Kay! Kay's promise notebook.
It seems that this was scheduled to be put up for bidding at the black market auction. The name Kay is written on the notebook. It seems Blaze the Best quickly realized this belonged to the girl, since the letters he found also contained the same name.
You speak as if he really did not know about the letters. Are you saying that Blaze really did not prepare the letters himself?
Yes, that man said so himself. Kay Faraday's goal was to steal back the notebook. Jill Crane's goal was to get revenge. In order to achieve their goals, the two teamed up to infiltrate the auction team. The auction, or so he says.
Unfortunately, this was all Blaze's misunderstanding. It was purely a coincidence. If the attorney from the PIC and Kay really were acquaintances, it'd be strange that she never mentioned it to me, considering her personality.
You really do trust her, don't you? In the end, the notebook was used as another red herring, but it's something that is very important to that girl, isn't it? I'll make a special exception and return it. I'm sure that's what the goddess of law desires.
That's, I appreciate it.
I shall pray that she recovers her lost memories.
Please, give this to her. Maybe it'll help, please. I want my Kay back. Please.
Is something wrong?
Look at this book, now! Read it! Read it! Kay, I'm returning something very important to you. Oh!
This is... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers.
Oh!
Look, Daddy, I wrote them all down. Yep, I'll be sure to follow all of our promises and become a hero just like you, Daddy. That's right. There's one more. I forgot to write down the most important promise. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I'll be sure to remember. I'll never, ever forget them.
Okay.
Always try your hardest to learn things you don't understand. That's right. I am...
Come on!
I am... the great thief who steals the truth, Kay Faraday! I'm the second Yagarasu and Mr. Edgeworth's assistant!
Yes! Yes! Give her a hug! Kay, you remember?
It's kind of embarrassing, though. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, thank goodness! Oh.
Even when I lost my memories, you were still always trying to save me, right?
Seems you're back to normal.
Wow! Hey! You've gotten better. Your health comes first. Now you can relax. Just make sure you don't run off and lose all your memories again. Ah, Miss Jensen, Dr. Young, thanks for worrying about me. Hey, if you're feeling all better, how about changing back into your own clothes?
Yes!
I washed your clothes for you, Kay, so they're nice and clean.
These clothes. Wasn't Detective Gumshoe holding on to them?
He said forensics was done with them, so he gave them back to me.
Have they revealed the results of the analysis yet?
To be honest, I actually didn't think to ask about that. Now. More importantly, let's hurry up and get you changed, Kay.
Still, isn't it better if we do not remove her bandages?
She should be fine now. Kay just bumped her head. She didn't really have any other major injuries.
Then, why was she so heavily bandaged?
Better safe than sorry. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure. That's my motto.
What a troublesome motto. A costly one, too. I approve it, though.
Come on, Kay. Let's get you dressed up over there.
Return to thief form. Yeah! Yes!
Now, this is definitely what a great thief should look like.
A smile certainly suits you best.
In the past, and now as well. Miss Von Karma, thank you for coming too.
I only came here because Gruffy asked me to. That's Gruffy. He also wanted to see your energetic self again.
Gummy. What happened to Gummy?
Who knows?
Maybe he was disgusted with the man who willingly threw away his prosecutor's badge.
Detective Gumshoe. I must be going soon. I'll be taking these ladies in for questioning. Yeah.
What's going to happen to the two of them?
One aided in the murder of an attorney, and the other forged an autopsy report 18 years ago. Those crimes definitely won't disappear. Of course, I will mention in the court that they were being blackmailed by Blaze.
We'll be just fine. As long as Granny's by my side, we're invincible. Well then, take care.
I'm just happy you're back. Now then, okay. Sorry to ask you so soon right after you regained your memories, but I have some questions.
Sure, ask me anything you want.
What were you doing on the day you lost your memories? Yeah. Now we got your good old self back, safe and sound. We do need to get some answers about why were you involved in any of this to begin with?
On that day, I was asked to come to Gourd Lake.
Gourd Lake? You were in a very different location.
I don't know who called me there, though. As I was watching the moon at Gourd Lake, a person in a red raincoat approached me.
Oh.
All of a sudden, he used some kind of drug to knock me out.
What? What's she saying? The place where Kay saw the moon was at Gold Lake. Oh.
When I woke up, it seems I somehow ended up on the roof of the Grand Tower. My mind was still in a daze, so I stumbled around for a bit. That's when I found the person in the red raincoat collapsed. I was startled, and when I stepped back in panic,
That's when you bumped your head.
I fell from a high place and got knocked out cold again. And when I woke up, all my memories were gone.
So that's what happened.
The person in the red raincoat. Who exactly was that person? Oh, yeah, I was certain I saw them walking in midair. Somehow this is all starting to make my head hurt.
Please calm down. You're just a little confused because you've only recently gotten your memories back. Most likely, this is the main cause of your confused memories. It's probably the memories of the two places, right? She's having memories of two different places. This is probably the main cause of your confused memories. You saw the moon at both the Gold Lake Park and the Grand Tower rooftop, which led you to confuse the two places. Yeah.
Huh? But aren't they totally different places? Even if I was in a daze, do you really think I'd get them confused?
Most likely, there was something at the Grand Tower which led you to your confusion. You think it was the cherry? You think it was the cherry tree? Or no? Was it? Oh! It was the candy stand! The Grand Tower rooftop and Gold Lake have 2 points in common. They both have a cherry tree and a food stall. Yeah.
Now you mention it.
Yeah, everything she was thinking of was from Gourd Lake. Your memories were confused because you had been in two similar locations. The person that you first saw could not have been walking in midair. They were simply walking on the ground at Gold Lake Park. You must have gotten that scene confused with the Grand Tower rooftop.
Oh, that's what happened. How dare they steal the memories of a great thief? They'll pay for this.
Nevertheless, I wonder who the person that assaulted Kay was. The person in the red raincoats who appeared at Gold Lake. Who? What's that noise?
Sounds like it's coming from the storeroom.
Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, let's go check it out. What's this? My Sherbuck sense is tingling. I smell me another scoop.
You're still here. I forgot. All right, come with me. All right, what's in the storeroom? April 6th, 9:53 a.m. Grand Tower, 51st floor storeroom. Hello?
Oh? Mr. Edgeworth, this walkie-talkie thing here is what's beeping.
This transceiver. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Beep, beep, beep.
It's still beeping, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not particularly familiar with this sort of device.
Come on, you have to answer it. Here goes. Hello, Edgeworth speaking.
Kay, please don't just answer it on your own. I'm speaking with Mr. Miles Edgeworth, I presume. This voice is... Shelly the Killer... What the... Huh? What are you doing? Shelly the Killer! I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved? What? Are you aware of the mastermind who is pulling the strings up behind this incident? The mastermind? Why do you know about the incident? Is there someone else we're missing here? That's not important right now. Wouldn't you agree? Right now, we're discussing the mastermind behind the case. I've had an inkling that such a person existed, even before you said anything. After all, there was evidence to suggest that someone had used Cade to disrupt the investigation.
Huh? There was? So, who's this mastermind?
I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Would you kindly show me the evidence that indicates the existence of a mastermind? Oh, wait. There was something interesting mentioned. Yeah, hang on. Is it this?
Take that!
This doesn't make sense. There's a letter that Kay allegedly sent to the victim.
Come to think of it, I don't remember writing that letter at all.
Yeah, so that's what's wrong here. Someone wrote this letter mysteriously. Who could have prepared this letter? I too am quite curious to know. So, you're not the one who wrote the letter? What could I possibly gain from doing such an act? Is it not necessary for you to stand in court in order to make the truth clear? What can you possibly do now that your badge has been taken from you? I look forward to finding out from the shadows. This man, how does he know that? Do we have an understanding? Please, ensure you do not betray my trust. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
He said that the case wasn't solved yet. What do you mean by that? And why would Mr. the Killer even bother telling us that?
The killer mentioned long ago that he was talking about the truth, and we never actually did figure out what he meant. We had his card from the first case, and that told us that the whole truth wasn't found out yet. We still haven't figured it out, though? It's not that the PIC was corrupt? If that's the case, then what's going on?
Nothing makes sense anymore.
This case has not reached its true conclusion yet. However, although I've lost my prosecutor's badge, who I am has still not changed. While I don't know where this may lead me, I shall reveal the truth. I swear it. How is each case better than the last? I cannot get over it. Brand new episode, I assume the final one? The Grand Turnabout. Oh, that's a name. What? We actually still got a bit of time. You know what? I haven't done this yet, I feel, but let's do it. Let's do a little bit of it. I assume to be the final episode. Oh, episode 5. The Grand Turnabout. There's the PI. Whoa. Huh? Huh? What is loud? Crater! What is going on? Hello? Oh God! Is there a giant? Oh God! What's happening? Oh, it's that kid again. Why is he glowing? Who is that kid? What in the world? I'm sorry? What is happening? April 6th, 10:02 a.m. outside Grand Tower Plaza.
So, what are y'all gonna do now? I reckon you're through being a prosecutor, right?
Yes, that's true, I suppose. I'm no longer a prosecutor. However,
You can't stop thinking about what Mr. the Killer said, right?
indeed. I congratulate you on resolving this case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved? There's still something more to this. Do I have anything? This case isn't over yet. Ah, I keep 2 things. The Yalagarasu's badge. The letter of... no, what about profiles? K, Lotta, K, Lotta, K, Lotta. Wrong button. Look at your badge, Kay. This is the badge that Kay is always wearing. It's emblazoned with the mark of the Yalagarasu, and it really stands out. I doubt there are any thieves who would actually wear it. And then we still have this fake letter. or rather this letter that, you know, is not by Kay. This case isn't over yet. The person in the red hood who kidnapped Kay at Gold Lake. And this letter from an unknown sender. Someone's schemes are at work behind the case.
Must be tough having a case that you just solved still nagging at the back of your mind. Well, I got some investigating of my own to be doing, so I'll be off. That's amazing. You've already decided on your next scoop? What are you saying there, Missy? You don't need to be underestimating the last a lot of heart. I've covered a lot of scoops, you know. I always have an extra scoop or two up my sleeves.
Someone help, huh?
Yikes, what's that?
What? Hey, it's you. Oh! I recognize you! Yeah! You're also from the first case. Shoot, I don't remember, or I don't know if it was the first game, but it was a case with the Steel Samurai, I want to say. I think it was in the first game, but it might have been in the second. I think it was the first, though.
Someone, please help!
This woman is... What's happened?
Somebody's dead! A monster!
A monster?
It's a scoop! A scoop's calling me!
Alright, dead body.
Please follow me! It's this way!
Victor...
What was that run? Something else happened? Again?
Well, as long as I have UK, I will be A-okay, I feel. I don't know. At any rate, we shall follow her for now. I just feel good with Kate. April 6th, 10:05 a.m., outside Grand Tower. Temporary film lot. Who's dead? What is going on?
These are
you telling me there's...
genuine hoof prints!
Are you telling me there's a giant monster? You know what? Can I be honest? If there is a giant monster in this game, in this series, in this franchise, I don't think I'd be surprised. I mean, we've already got magic in the... We've already proven that magic exists in this series, what with Phoenix and Apollo's special powers. I wouldn't, not to mention Maya's being able to summon people from the dead. What's a giant monster to the addition? I think that's kind of normal, honestly. Footprints? Impossible. No animal can be this large.
Master Edgeworth, look!
What? What? Huh? That's... Agent Lang. Why is he here?
Someone's on the ground.
It can't be. The president! From the first case! The president of Sing Fa. Dijun Huang. Are you kidding me? And Lang, what's going on? Agent Lang.
Mr. Prosecutor, didn't take you long to get here.
What happened?
What happened? That's what I'd like to know.
It seemed that he's in a considerable amount of shock over the president's death. However, what exactly are these giant footprints? And what could have happened to the president? Yo, are you kidding me? The president from the first case is dead. Why? He didn't seem... I mean, he did bad... He didn't do good things, per se, but he wasn't villainous. Lotta!
It's a monster!
Monster?
Yes, sir. Look here. Ain't no doubt about it. These are clearly the footprints of a monster. On this day, mankind received a grim reminder. We live in fear of the mighty Muzilla.
Mighty Mozilla?
Here's a scoop. I got myself a scoop. Man trampled to death by monster. I reckon it'll be the top story in tomorrow's paper.
What nonsense. There's no such thing as monsters. Wait, it can't be.
I'm Dijun Huang. I've heard of your deeds. You saved my country from a great crisis.
The real assassin was you all along.
That's correct. I received a request from a key individual.
Really? You think this is... Did the killer finally get his mark? Are we gonna try and actually catch the killer in this trial? Is this why the killer never appears in a future game? Is this where he gets captured? That'd actually be quite interesting. I don't know yet, but it does seem like the killer would have the obvious motive of he was requested. Of course, that would change the plot of the crime from who killed him to who ordered him killed. To take the president's life. Wow, this is actually going to go back through all... This case is going to go through all the other cases, isn't it? Oh, God. That man. Could he have...
Hey, you! Will you first discover the body?
Yes, well...
Agent Lang.
Don't. Lang Z says. First come, first suspected.
Lang, that is a child and that is a grown man. I'm going to be honest with you. How in God's name do you think this little girl killed that giant? Don't even try this.
Did you really just discover the body?
Of course. Please calm down. You're scaring her.
He does seem to have lost his composure. Lang seems different. Is it just me? I mean, obviously, it looks like... I think he's got a different outfit, but that's more to the point. He seems less cooperative, less friendly, more feral.
Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? Do you know who's been murdered? Di Junhuang, the president of Zhengfa.
Agent Lang, this isn't like you. When we first met, you had an army of subordinates under your command. And you boasted of having the highest arrest rate in Interpol. And what now? Did you forget the fundamentals of investigation along with all your men?
What did you say?
Instead of questioning people at random, you should investigate the crime scene first. Am I wrong?
I don't need you to tell me that. I'll do a thorough investigation.
Well, at least it seems he's calmed down for now.
Mr. Edgeworth, let's investigate too.
Yes, let's investigate. Right now, I do not have any investigation rights, but until the police arrive, first come, first serve.
What are y'all saying? Ain't obvious who done it. The man behind it all is the my Mozilla. Well, I guess I ain't the man behind it, but more like the monster behind it, but you know?
Good grief. Could you please just try not to interfere with the investigation?
Shut your trap. You're the one who better not be sticking your nose in my business. I ain't forgiving you if you miss up my scoop. Excuse me?
Yes. It's the woman who first discovered the body. I feel like I've seen her before.
You're Mr. Edgeworth, right? Do you remember me?
Yes, that case. From before.
Huh? Do you know her?
Yes, I do. At least I think I do.
My name's Kate Faraday. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. My, you have such a cute assistant. I'm Penny Nicole.
Yep, Penny. Yay.
I'm an assistant at Global Studio.
Yeah, now I remember.
I'm in charge of the props and sets. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, that was it. I once handled a case that occurred during the filming of The Steel Samurai. I'm pretty sure that was the case where I just objected to the judge for no reason. Objection! What is your objection, Edgeworth? I was hoping to think of something while I was objecting, Your Honor. I have nothing. What? This woman was a member of the show's staff, and she was involved in the incident. Hey, Penny. I must have met her with her on numerous occasions over the course of the case. But, to be honest, I had completely forgotten about her. It's nice to see you again. The fact that you are here must mean that this place is...
Yes, this is sort of an outdoor film lot for the Global Studios. They're shooting a movie right now. I was the first to arrive today, so I to set everything up for the filming. Everything seems strange. Those giant footprints, and that dead body.
So the footprints weren't here. I could have believed that they were part of the set, but it sounds like they weren't. I see. We shall examine the body. There was another thing I noticed. During that little close-up we had of Lang and the president, it looked like there was something yellow on his chest, which I don't get. At any rate, could you please contact the police?
Yes, right away.
I'll have to take the time to listen to a story later. First, let's examine the scene. There are many things besides the body that concern me. I need to examine every nook and cranny of this place. Every nook, every cranny, every nook and cranny. Gay!
I just want to give you a big hug. I'm just so glad you're safe.
The child has been saved. All is good in the world. Screw you all, I'm going home to rest. I don't want to deal with this case. I'm just happy that my friends are alright. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, what's up?
You should probably have your badge back, by the way.
Eureka! Seeing this badge just gave me a great idea. As a token of appreciation for everything you've done for me, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm gonna carve an awesome badge for you out of an eraser. Should I carve your face from on the side or from the front? Maybe a diagonal wheel.
Why are you set on the theme being my face?
If it's something new you want, how about you from directly below?
This badge has quickly gone from awesome to awful. I like the... it sounds like Edgeworth was okay with the idea at first. Now he hates it. Ooh, look, an eraser of my face. How nice.
When my memory was gone, I felt like I was walking through a freezing rain in the entire time. But when it all came back...
Did something happen when you regained your memory?
Nope, it's nothing. Thank you so very much.
Okay, I'm not the one who recovered your memories. The person you should thank is the one who had you write that in that notebook.
Dad, Mr. Edgeworth, thank you both so much. I feel a lot better now.
If you're going to shout, please give a little more consideration to the time and place. You know, considering the fact that Phoenix adopts freaking, Jersey, can we just have Edgeworth adopt Kay? Maybe we can actually have her go on a path that won't get her potentially arrested as a great thief. She can still claim to be the great thief in title, just maybe not do things that would get her arrested. Joke's on you, Phoenix. You may have your own daughter, but I have my own too. Edgeworth, she's adopted. So is mine. Notice anything?
I still can't believe the president has been murdered.
Yeah, that's... I can't believe he's been murdered too. Dijun Huang. His body was found in a film lot. Wow. So the assassination at the very beginning of the game has finally been realized. How curious. How cool in a way. Well, cool is maybe a bad way of putting it. Morbid. Morbidly curious is the way to put it. Maybe?
Do you think he was really trampled to death by a monster?
Surely you can't be serious. There are no such things as monsters.
What? So it wasn't a monster who did this? Then who do you say killed the president?
As the president of Zingfa, I'm sure there are many more than a few people targeting his life. Just like Shirley the Killer tried to do not too long ago.
So you think he was killed by someone like Mr. the Killer?
I mean, it is a president. You assassinate a president. Only skilled assassins would be able to... You know, actually, now that I think about it, isn't that weird? The fact that the president's just dead here, you would think, especially considering how... I remember back in the first case, that president was very secure. It's a bit weird that he seemingly just has nothing, like... As far as I can tell, there was nothing here, like, protecting him. Like, there's no guards as far as we know. There's no, I don't know. The only thing that makes me think of is maybe it was someone he trusted. Maybe the president was killed by someone that he trusted with his life. Or that he knew or something. That's the only thing I can think of. I can't say for certain yet. but neither can I deny the possibility.
But we can't deny the possibility of him being killed by a monster either. I mean, just take a look at all these monster footprints. Plus, a horn-like object was lying on the ground next to the president.
A horn-like object? I can't say for certain that it's not related to this case. Perhaps I should take a moment and compare it with the evidence I have on hand. Agent Lang?
Never would have thought we'd run into Agent Mr. Lang in a place like this. But he didn't seem to be in a very good mood.
It's understandable. Agent Lang is from the Republic of Zhengfa. I mean, I understand he's in a bad mood because the president's dead. I mean, it's kind of probably part of his job to protect the president. Yet at the same time, I don't think it's just that. He's just seemed different. With President Huang's death, he must have a lot on his mind.
Come to think of it, he doesn't have his men in black in tow with him today either. I always picture him with an army of subordinates following him around.
Agent Lang, I wonder if something has happened to him. I hope Lang's alright. He was cool. There's a monster costume in front of this building.
Mr. Edgeworth, is that really a costume? Maybe it's actually the monster who made all these footprints, and it just shrunk itself down.
I'll say this one more time, so listen carefully. There is a monster costume in front of this building. It's just a costume. Oh, I thought I was going to check the table. Oh god, not again! Stop! This seems to be the lighting equipment they're using for the film.
Ah, that's right. There's something I want to ask, Mr. Edgeworth. When I'm stealing something, do you use this to make me look cool in the spotlight?
I'm not aiding you. You want someone to shine a light on you when you're stealing something?
Well, duh. Is the Yagarasu hanging where it can't be seen because it's too dark? You mean you feel bad for the people watching?
You're planning to steal things with an audience looking on. You're brave. You're brave. I gotta give you that.
I wonder what this iron pole is for. Oh, maybe it's used for practice tree climbing.
No, this is a film crane. It's used to capture footage from high locations. Right now, it's not attached, but normally there would be a camera connected to it.
I get it. So this would be the perfect spot for scoping out the places you're trying to steal from. Do you think you would let me borrow this?
And how exactly, may I ask, what do you intend to bring it back home with you?
Mr. Edgeworth, you can take the base and I'll take the top part.
Does she actually expect me to help her?
If you take it nice and slow, we might be able to make it to your house, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only do you want me to help you carry it, but you plan to leave it at my house? Actually, Kate, where the hell you live? I just realized that. Your parents... Well... Your parents are dead. I'm sorry, but your parents are dead. Where do you live?
I live in your walls, Mr. Edgeworth.
I feel like I should be more concerned with that, but honestly, I'm just not surprised. Hey, Lotta.
What do you want? I'm a busy gal. Best not get in my way.
Why are you so obsessed with that monster? Such a thing couldn't possibly exist.
What you say? I ain't letting that pass. Lucille lives, I'm sure of it. It's the mightiest monster on this side of the Pacific Rim.
I don't suppose you have some kind of basis for that.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes. What? You saw it? No way. Yes way, the mighty Muzilla was really here. Last night when I was on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower.
You mean when you were snooping around the black market auction?
That's right. It was around when I took this here photo. That's the photo of the person in the red hood. This was Joe Crane, right? You see those blinds next to the red hood? Well, the mighty Muzilla is on the other side. But there's nothing in the photo. It's mighty hard to capture something like that from such a distance. But I see it plain as day. Muzilla's giant eye was peering in through those blinds.
The monster was peering in? So she somehow saw a giant eye.
Look here. Now ain't the time for this. I gotta gather my materials. Y'all are in my way. Now go on. Shoot.
How absurd.
Mr. Edgeworth, you must be completely dumbfounded right now, aren't you?
Was it that clearly written on my face? Footstep.
Ah, it's one of those sheets you lay out on the floor when you're having a picnic.
It's definitely a vinyl sheet, however. I don't think it's for picnics.
Mr. Edgeworth, if I may, that's actually a waterproof sheet. It's used with the camera crane over there. We'll cover the camera crane with it when it's raining. And this sheet must be pretty big. Yes, it would be pointless if we didn't cover up the entire crane. The weather was overcast yesterday, so we've been using it quite a bit.
Cone. Mr. Coles, where does this entrance lead to?
It's connected to the Grand Tower lot.
Does this case also have something to do with that building? That damn building, I swear to God. The building was a secret 51st floor, with a secret 51st floor where the black market auctions were being held. It wouldn't be strange if it was still hiding a few more secrets. Black market auctions were held here. There's a secret entrance to the 51st floor on the roof. This lock and chain.
Ah, someone cut through a chain. What? I'm sure it was locked up properly yesterday, though.
Then it's possible the culprit forced his way in through here. Ah. We need to go in then. What is it?
It's completely dented in. How could this happen?
Oh, yeah. There is indeed a huge dent in the fence over there. Something rather heavy must have struck it, in order to make a dent like that.
It wasn't like that at all yesterday.
It wasn't. So this dent was made last night. Did it get struck by something heavy? Strange. Penny!
I'm sorry about earlier. I was a little flustered.
Discover the body. Were you here alone?
Yes, I arrived before everyone else today in order to get things prepared. When I entered the lot, I immediately noticed those giant hoof prints. The monster's footprints, right? Weren't you surprised? Yes, because they hadn't been there yesterday evening.
So that means the footprints were made last night.
Well, when I first saw them, I thought they were part of the set. But when I got closer to the studio, I saw the person had collapsed.
You didn't notice this until you got closer.
Lately, it seems like eyesight has gotten worse again, and my glasses aren't strong enough. As I approached the body, I finally realized what it was. I was so scared I ran away.
And that was when she ran to us. Gotcha. Filming a movie. You said they were filming a movie? Could it be The Steel Samurai?
No,
Damn it. So it wasn't.
we're making a monster movie this time around.
It's not Steel Samurai based, it's stupid.
Have you ever heard of the Mighty Muzilla series?
I'm sorry, but no.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't interested in anything other than Steel Samurai after all.
That's not...
I guess that's to be expected, as the promotion for the film hasn't really started yet.
Whoop!
The Mighty Muzilla! This revival breaks its 12-year
12? 12? What do you mean 12? What do you mean 12?
It's a long-awaited sequel to the original series, so the staff are all fired up. The film is set at the Grand Tower, so we're filming on location around this area.
Come to think of it, yesterday...
What's wrong, pal? Did something happen at the Grand Tower?
Cut! Excuse me, we're sort of in the middle of shooting a movie, and,
I saw them filming something and then it must have been this. So that's what that kid was doing too.
I bet it ends with Mozilla completely destroying the Grand Tower. I wonder. You'll have to look forward to finding out in theaters. If you like, you can have this.
Let's see. The Battle of the Century now meets its greatest rival, Mighty Muzilla versus Gordy. That's great. The Battle of the Century now meets its greatest rival, Almighty Muzilla versus Gordy. Wait, it's Goldie.
This time, it won't just be Muzilla. A rival monster appears as well. Have you heard of it? Gordy of Gord Lake. Wasn't it the talk of the town 2 or 3 years ago?
Don't remind me.
It's a mysterious monster living in Gord Lake. By chance, someone took a photo of it.
Don't remind me. It wasn't just that talk of the town, it was also involved in a case from my past that I would prefer to repress. Gordy, huh? There's a name I don't really want to remember.
Then if the director caught wind of that rumor, he's decided to add it into the story.
I get the feeling he was a bit late to catch on.
Please look forward to seeing the showdown between these two rival monsters.
First new movie in 12 years, Mighty Muzilla versus Gordy. The entrance. I need to take a drink of water. I should confirm what the security situation was like at the scene of the crime. Mr. Coles, was the entrance to this place locked?
Yes, it's locked with this. It's one of those types where you have to put in the correct numbers to open it, right?
About this combination lock, was it also properly locked today?
Yes, when I arrived here today, it was locked tight.
Who knows the combination?
The producer, the director, the staff, and the actors. I think everyone involved in the movies knew about it.
So anyone involved with the film could have opened the combination lock and gone in. Got it. Alright, that's all I need. Alright. Oh. Wrong button.
Hey, Mr. Edward.
Bah.
Wow, it really is the president.
Yes, to think we saw him alive just a few days ago.
How'd make this a presidential assassination, right?
This is a bit flashy for an assassination. I won't rest until I've explained blah blah. Two things of interest to me. One, this thing.
What's this white thing? Wait, is this a bone? Looks like we got a new case on our hands.
It looks less like a bone, and more like some kind of horn. Do I have anything in my evidence that could tell me what this horn is? Actually, I might, but hang on. There are no visible external wounds, but it's clear that he's already passed away.
So then I guess he really did get stepped on by
a monster. That's impossible.
Huh? Don't the president's clothes look a bit dirty to you?
Indeed, there appears to be some sort of yellow stain.
I read some monster drool.
Kay, please be more serious. We'll need our forensics take a closer look at this stain. So, this was the state of the body. I should make a note of it. Guess it's so fine. Wait, if it was cut open... Yeah. The front entrance, which leads to the Tower Plaza, was locked with a combination lock. At the other end, the lock on the rear entrance, which leads to the Granite Tower, was broken. Now, where does this lead us?
I know this one. The culprit entered from the rear entrance, right?
Exactly. And knowing this, we now understand one more critical fact. The culprit must be someone who didn't know the number to unlock the combination lock.
Right. If they knew the code, it would have been way easier to enter from the front entrance. Entering through the back door is common sense for a thief. it's much less conspicuous. We can't underestimate a culprit who thinks like a thief. Please keep your guard up.
She sure has become lively all of a sudden when this subject gets brought up. Put it simply, everyone involved with the movie knows the combination for the lock. In other words, it's quite likely that the culprit is someone who is not involved in the film. Yep. While we're at it, I think I can deduce this. This horn. The movie. Doesn't this horn belong to that monster, Mozilla?
You're right. It looks just like it. Maybe a prop for the film?
Based on the size of the horn, the head should be quite large.
I wonder how it ended up here.
I'm sure we'll find out if we ask someone on the staff.
There are broken pieces of concrete scattered all around the president.
Yes, probably scattered about when the ground got damaged.
And that must have been when the monster's foot.
Thank you, Kay. His culprit was actually a monster.
Kinda looks like a hoof, the way it's split in two like that.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely looks like a monster's footprint to me. And there's even 3 of them, Mr. Edgeworth.
3 hoof prints? There are no such things as monsters. Do you honestly believe this?
No, not really. But wouldn't it be cool if they did exist?
We're searching for the truth, okay? Not for what is cool.
You're boring, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not here to be interesting. I'm here for truth. Gosh dang it. Okay, I already checked this area. Nothing new. Just had to be sure. Well, we got a bit more logic. Maybe I can combine these? I can't see a clear connection. My brain hurt. Alright. I've ignored you long enough.
Mr. Prosecutor, so we meet again.
Indeed. Just a few days ago, we met at the detention center. Agent Lang, what brings you here?
Just some boring work, nothing you need to know about.
This music's sad.
You always pick the worst time to show up. Anyone ever tell you that bad things happen when you're around? Just don't get in the way of my investigation, okay? I must avenge the death of our president.
Lang, why are you here? You arrived here before us. What were you doing in a place like this?
You suspect me?
Come now.
There's Scream. There's the woman who found the body. After hearing the scream, I came in through that entrance over there. Apparently, it wasn't locked.
And why is there a lock on the ground over there? I should take a closer look.
And I got in. The woman who found the body was already running out of the other exit over there.
So he claims he came here around the same time we did. Why were you at the Grand Tower?
Well, I have my reasons.
He also said something along those lines when we met at the detention center.
Maybe he's really a fan of giant monsters and he came to sneak a peek at the Mozilla set.
Giant monsters? I have no interest in such things.
He clearly doesn't think the murder is a monster either. It's regrettable that what happened to the president.
Yeah, one was the pride of Zhang Fa. And yet,
it seems like you were quite close to the president.
The previous head of the Lang clan, my father, served under President Huang. Protecting the life of the president has long been our clan's greatest duty. My old man received a great number of special medals from the president himself. As a token of his trust, the president left his will in the protection of the Lang clan. Those medals and that will, they were the pride of our clan. A family treasure, so to speak. We'd have thought that the day to unseal our will would arrive so soon.
So then, I guess the president was like a close family friend. Huh? But during the incident at Gourd Lake, why weren't you with the president, Mr. Lang?
Well, a lot's changed, and it all happened over 12 years ago. Back then, he and my old man were close friends, and our clan was protected the president's life. Then, he suddenly changed. It's as if he became an entirely different person. Nowadays, he doesn't even have a shred of faith in the police force in Zingfa.
12 years ago. What went on then?
Even so, I still respect the man. Zingfa is a small country, but he carried the nation with his strength. Damn it. Just what were the bodyguards doing?
Have you already contacted the embassy?
Yeah, of course. I've also informed Zingfa and my clan as well. It's gotten pretty hectic there, with the will and all. But it'll be the same here, once the bodyguards show up. If you don't want to see me ripping into them, I suggest you get out of here soon. Mr. Prosecutor. Right now, I'm just a single Interpol agent. A literal lone wolf. They probably won't let me be in charge of the investigation. But you better believe, my things are as sharp as ever. I'll definitely capture the culprit with my own hands. And you better not get in my way.
You remember the Biagrasu?
That's what that little crow girl's always wearing on her clothes, isn't it?
It represents the most powerful animal in nature, my Yagras badge. Isn't it awesome?
Most powerful animal in nature. Not so fast. I can't let that one slide. Langzi says, the wolf is mightier than the crow. Just one slash from a wolf's claw and your little crow wouldn't be nevermore.
Take that back, Wolfie. Thief Girl says the crow soars above all the others. He'll swoop in and peck the wolf to pieces and then fly back up to avoid the wolf's claws.
Don't underestimate a wolf's jumping ability. He'll bite the crow before it can fly away.
A crow can flap its wings so hard it'll blow a big bad wolf away. Caw.
They're squabbling like children. Are you two... You two are having a sibling dispute, it looks like. What are you two doing? By the way, 12 years.
You keep shoving irrelevant nonsense under my nose. And I'll chew it to pieces.
I think I should put this away for now, before I have my evidence get eaten. I already checked this, didn't I?
Where I'm standing, all I can see are just your everyday run-of-the-mill buildings.
Oh my god! Holy crap! Hey, Edgeworth! Oh god, it's him.
Mr. Edgeworth!
What are you two doing over there? I'm just taking a break. Maya is demanding that I go get her burgers. Who's your new friend? Leave me alone. I'm trying to solve a case. I'll see you later then. Indeed. At least from where we're standing, that is. Nothing. We have no time. Oh, that's funny. That's funny that the only sighting of Phoenix... I imagine that's probably going to be the only time we see Phoenix and Maya. I didn't expect Maya. Phoenix! That's funny. Now then, we have no time to waste. We should get back to investigating the film lot. That's really funny. Okay, you have any ideas? Is there something I should show you?
Damn it! You don't have to show me that. Whoever killed the president, you'll be damn well sure I'm gonna catch him.
Agent Lang, Whenever President Huang is brought up, he seems to lose his composure.
I kind of feel bad for Mr. Lang. Isn't there anything we can do for him?
Yes, and it's for that reason we must listen carefully. Okay. I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to look at something. Maybe I should talk to Penny? Oh, broken horn. About this horn, have you ever seen it before?
Huh? That's Mozilla's horn. It's a model we made. It's used in our ad campaign. Where was it?
It was on the ground by the back entrance.
That's strange. Mozilla's head should have been stored in the studio room roof.
I suppose the head would have to be rather large, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's not as big as the real thing, of course, but it's still quite large. Look, you can see it from here.
Oh, yeah.
See? It's right there.
It certainly is large. That's probably the logic I need. Broken horn. Had been stored on the roof last night. It was dented by the horn. So the horn fell. The dent in his fence. And the broken horn. Neither of these things were there yesterday evening. Based on the fact that these two things have changed.
Ah! Could Mozilla's head have...
Indeed. The head that was on the rooftop may have tumbled down onto the ground. Ah. You think it might have been an accidental death? This is a new possibility. Which would mean that... Do you... Ah. That's sad. We may have found the missing murder weapon.
Huh? Really?
At the moment, I can only say that it is just a possibility. It's a giant monster head that had fallen from off from the studio roof.
Ah, that could definitely be a murder weapon.
Mr. Coles, may we investigate the studio roof?
The roof? Okay, I understand. Go ahead, but the stairs can be a little slippery, so please watch your step.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm gonna take my leave here for a bit. There's something I have to check.
Agent Lang. I wonder if he's caught on to something. Oh, it's you! Hi. Who's you, kid?
Hi.
You seem silly. You haven't stared down with a kid?
Look at it! Look at this!
Move it.
What'd you say? Guess you're just a brat with no manners.
Milk! Boy, he's supercharging!
And you are an annoying old man. Quit your yapping already. I'm terribly sorry. Come on, John.
John?
Fine. Oh, what are you doing? Who was that? Someone from police. Why are you suddenly pick a fight with them? That sure is a tense standoff.
He didn't budge an inch, even before Agent Lang.
Allow me to introduce you. This is John Marsh. He's the lead actor in our movie.
The lead actor? Is this child?
Hi, I'm Kay Faraday. Nice to meet you. And this is Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor? He's a pretty famous prosecutor, you know? But he's not wearing a prosecutor's badge. He's not wearing a prosecutor's badge.
He's frightfully perceptive.
John, it's probably better if you didn't go over there.
That's certainly not a sight a child should see. However, he is someone involved with the case. I'll need to speak with him later. Well, let us continue. Okay, you have any new thoughts on the matter? Muzilla! Did you already know about this Muzilla monster?
Nope, I just learned about it today. I mean, the movie came out 12 years ago, right? Back then, I was just a cute little girl. But the Mighty Muzilla sure does sound pretty sweet.
It certainly does seem like the kind of movie you would enjoy.
Well, duh. It's a giant monster. What's not to like about giant monsters?
I, for one, can't understand the appeal of these so-called giant monsters.
Well, I don't get what's so great about the Steel Samurai.
You take that back! Hey, I'll have you know the Steel Samurai is...
Yeah. More importantly, shouldn't we be getting back to our investigation now? Why don't we take a minute and to reorganize any information we haven't put together? We might be able to make a new connection.
Yes, indeed. Examine. May we see the roof?
Yes, of course. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
I won't rest until I've inspected everything. So, this is Muzilla.
Huh? Somehow this doesn't feel quite right.
Yeah, the table's broken. Looks like why is it... Well, like black paint has been spilled on the bottom of it, and then the horn's broken.
See, this picture looks way cooler, and he doesn't have a nose ring either. I see. You two aren't familiar with Mozilla. This is Mozilla's original design from 12 years ago. What? Then, what's this? That's our take on it for the new movie. We revamped the design to appeal to modern audiences. Revamped? But it looks totally different. And no matter how you look at it, this one...
It's a cow.
Well, of course. After all, Mozilla was originally a cow monster. A cow monster? Having a cow, an animal that humans are very familiar with, turn into a monster? Oh, this is a question of mankind's relationship with nature. It's the theme of Mozilla. Nah, I just don't get it.
Nor do I. I won't rest until I've inspected everything. Blah, 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 blah. Some sort of wooden stand has fallen over. The area around it seems to be burnt black.
Huh? Mozilla's head should have been on that stand.
Mozilla would not be able to...
But the legs have broken off. It doesn't look like it can be used anymore.
The broken leg seems to be badly burnt. I think it's safe to assume that a small fire occurred here.
A small fire, huh? Is that what burnt and broke the legs of the stand?
When the legs broke, the stand would have tilted. If Mozilla's head was on top of the stand, it would have fallen off.
It would have fallen off, so the head fell down because of the fire.
Yes, and if that's the case, I also have a pretty good idea of what caused the fire. There's a flammable can next to the heater. Seems someone is lacking in safety awareness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. But I don't think anyone used the heater yesterday.
I see. In that case, I wonder what caused the fire. Broke.
We made this replica of the original Mozilla's head for the promotional purposes. We'll be using it to let people know that the film is a sequel to the original film. I guess it would be hard for people to tell that they're the same monster.
As we suspected, one of the horns appears to be broken.
So this had really crushed the president?
It's possible. However, there's something I don't quite understand.
What's that?
Mr. Coles, this head looks rather heavy. How do you transport it?
Ah, it's made so that it can be taken apart. It's not that hard if you know how to do it. But if you don't know how, it'd be pretty much impossible, I think.
Which means it would be difficult for anyone not involved in the film. And taken apart, would it be possible for one person to carry it alone?
Definitely. Given enough time, even I could do it.
Got it. However, this face is...
Mr. Edgeworth, I feel like I've seen this cow somewhere before.
Indeed. I was just thinking the exact same thing. It was on board the President's plane. Oh yeah! And in the storeroom of the black market auction. The President's stuffed toy.
So, that was a doll of the original Muzilla.
Could this really be just a coincidence? The late President Zheng Fa. What is this paint? There's a kind of paint in it here. It's probably used for making props.
Mr. Edgeworth, doesn't the area around here look a little kind of burnt?
It does. The spread on a blue sheet, the newspaper, and the side of this can all look burnt.
I wonder if this Muzilla's head can also shoot out flames. Well, this old Muzilla sign doesn't really look like it could breathe fire anyway.
That's not our main concern. But I'm certainly curious. Is that everything? Okay, that's everything. Just had to be safe. Child!
John!
John, was it? Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Hey, old man, you really a prosecutor?
Yes. Old man.
Then first show me your prosecutor's badge.
Oh, damn you. I don't have my badge with me right now.
Then you can't prove you're a prosecutor, old man. Ugh. This kid's a tough nut to crack, isn't he? Want me to give it a try?
Yes, I'm counting on you, Kay. I'm not good with kids. John Marsh.
So, John, you're an actor?
Yeah, what about it?
You're amazing! That's so cool!
Not really. Good grief. At least that seems to have worked.
About those horns.
What about them?
John's horns are specially made prosthetics. John plays a young boy who has a special connection with Muzilla. He can communicate with Muzilla using those horns, right, John?
Shut up! Stop blabbering about that stupid stuff.
Oh, sorry.
I think I'm beginning to see this kind of relationship these two have.
That must be amazing to start a movie. And you're only in elementary school.
How old is this kid? 13. Not very childlike, a bit stuck up. Thanks, game. Smug child. Uh-oh, what? Did Kay just set him off?
Despite how he looks, John is 13 years old and he's already in middle school.
What?
What? But he's so small. And he's wearing a kitty backpack. The backpack is part of his costume. He's an actor after all. I see, but he's still really tiny. It's probably better if you didn't talk about his height in front of him. I thought I told you to stop blaring about stupid stuff. Sorry.
It seems the only thing that's not the prop is that milk carton. Do you know the president?
That guy over there. He's the president, right? Yep. Do you know him? Yeah, I've met him before.
This boy has met with the president.
That guy makes me sick. That's not a very nice thing to say. Why do you hate the president so much? And now he's giving me a silent treatment. The truth is, the president was involved in the film.
The president was involved in the film? What do you mean?
He was supposed to have a brief cameo in the movie. He came by to look around on set some time ago. That was when he met with John.
Why would the president be appearing in this film?
We heard he was a fan of the original Mozilla series. And so we made him an offer. We thought it would make a great publicity, you see? He comes on a movie set like he's on some sightseeing tour. So annoying. John, you really shouldn't say stuff like that. It's not nice. Shut it.
I guess he couldn't tolerate having an amateur appear in his film.
Oh, right. Here. What's this? Ah, what's this from yesterday?
A photo.
Yeah, since it was developed, I brought it along with me. You can have it. I think it turned out quite nicely. So you brought it all the way here for me? Thank you so much. No, not really. I just happen to have it with me.
Excuse me, but may I take a quick look at that? That's...
Oh, sure. Here you go.
So this was taken yesterday. Neither hoof prints nor the body are in it. Strange. Investigation complete. I still have a bunch of logic, though. And with that, this portion of the investigation seems to be finished.
So the murder weapon really is?
Yes. As it stands now, the possibility that it was the monster head is quite high.
So he ended up being squashed by the falling head, huh?
Uh-oh. Oh! Now you've got some men!
Although they're extremely late to the party, the bodyguards and the police have finally arrived. Mr. President! They really were far too late. Damn it, who did this? They'll pay for this. I swear I'll make them pay. But you know, this much is enough to put me at ease. The person who did this to Huang, I've already got my eye on the suspect.
What? What do you mean?
Even though Huang was a victim, he doesn't have extraterritorial rights here. Your country's police have the right to investigate. However, I've already spoken with them. As an agent of Interpol, they'll let me assist in the investigation.
So they've already established a plan for this investigation?
I've already found my prey. Now it's time for the hunt. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the Grand Tower rooftop.
That's... You're gonna accuse Judge Courtney? Please don't. I know that I disliked her for quite a bit for some time, but after seeing what she did for us to save Kay, I take back everything. This is...
This camera records people as they get off the rooftop elevator. And guess who was recorded? The president and his killer can be clearly seen.
Why is Miss Courtney there?
So he's saying Judge Courtney is the murderer.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering into the gospel of you. Deliver her divine judgment against Blaise the Best.
No, I don't believe it.
Could she, who hates crime more than anyone, have...
No chance. I refuse to believe it. Agent Lane, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Oh dear.
Just now, I heard a rumor at the Grand Tower. Miles Edgeworth, that you are no longer a prosecutor. Naturally, that means you don't even have a shred of investigative authority. So what would be the point of having a logic battle with someone like you?
Why would you say something like that? Didn't you also just get reduced to being a lone agent?
Hey, answer me this. Even though you've lost your position as a prosecutor, why are you still sticking your neck into this case?
Why do I still continue to investigate? Agent Lang? Why are you pursuing this criminal who murdered the president? Because you're an Interpol agent. Right now, I am also chasing after a certain person. Someone in the shadows who was behind the murder at the Grand Tower yesterday. Someone who placed Kay in grave danger. Even now, they are lurking somewhere, laughing at us. We will uncover the truth and bring them to justice. And a title such as prosecutor has nothing to do with it. As long as the truth remains hidden, I will continue to seek out that truth. For that is a part of my creed.
You're always trying to be so clever. But you really are kind of an idiot.
Me, an idiot. How rude.
That's the answer I wanted to hear. Alright, I'll play along with you for a bit. I've lost all my men, and you lost your title. And yet, we still continue to investigate. Let's begin this battle of logic between two kindred soul spirits.
You have my thanks.
However, I won't go easy on you. I'll definitely catch the criminal who murdered Huang. And I won't let you get in my way.
Yes, I won't have it any other way.
Let me show you the truth that this wolf has sunk its fangs into. Shall we?
Why Courtney?
Listen up. That woman met with the president on top of the Grand Tower. 2 nights ago, she pushed the president off the roof, and he fell into this film lot.
Sorry, I was looking at some.
At the time, there was no one else at the rooftop, aside from those two. There's no room for doubt. That woman murdered the president.
It was just the two of them alone on the rooftop. No bodyguards.
Yeah, I confirmed with the bodyguards over there. They didn't know about it either. Guess he managed to give them a slip. Yeah, he must have had some secret to talk about.
No. Oh. President Huang and Judge Courtney. Do those two have some sort of connection? Connection.
Apparently, he had an arrangement with the owner of the Grand Tower. He requested the entrance to the viewing platform be restricted so that they could be alone. Well, it's not like the owner could turn down a request from the president.
Does that mean the last person to see the president was...
Exactly. Courtney, you mean. It's gotta be her.
Agent Lang's reasoning is certainly sound. However, he has overlooked one major thing. And that's where I must strike. By Courtney. Did I miss something? Listen up, that woman met with the president on top of the Grand Tower.
How do I know you're not lying to me?
How can you be so sure that the two actually met?
Attacking right off the bat. Your biased instincts, it's not bad. Trying to keep me in check from the opening move. Impressive.
No, that wasn't exactly my intention.
Still, Mr. Prosecutor, I've only just begun, so why don't you get pipe down and listen up?
Hang on, I think I may have just... Hang on. Dates. I just realized something. 4/4... Oh! The footprints, if he was killed, he would have been, you know, in the photo. Xi Long Lang, for the Interpol agent with the highest arrest rate to have fallen so low.
What'd you say?
This is a commemorative photo taken by the staff at Global Studios.
Everyone's got such great smiles. Well, except for John.
This photo was taken yesterday.
What?
If Judge Courtney had murdered the president 2 days ago, then his bond should have been there when this photo was taken. Perhaps you should have listened a bit more carefully to those involved in the case. Questioning witnesses is one of the basic fundamentals of an investigation, is it not?
I've captured Mr. Edwards' great smile. You really do look most alive when you're cornering your opponent.
It's as I expected. It's been a while since I felt like this.
Agent Lang, haven't you been a little hasty in your reasoning?
I don't need your advice. Lang Z says, the wrath of a wolf lasts 100 years. My anger towards the woman who killed the president cannot be suppressed.
I too wish to capture the culprit. However, there is no doubt that the body appeared here last night. Therefore, the president could not have fallen to his death.
Yeah, he was crushed by the monster head.
The crime occurred here at the film lot, not on the rooftop at the Grand Tower. Huh?
So, that's what you think. Still, I don't intend to stray from my logic either.
Oops. Looking at something. However, he could not have fallen to his death 2 nights ago. This photo proves that.
Is that so? Think about it this way. 2 nights ago, Courtney pushed the president off the roof and killed him. Afterwards, she snuck into the film lot to hide a body.
And here,
Wouldn't it be easy to go hide a body in a costume behind all this equipment? Then, all she had to do last night was retrieve the body. Once we search this area, we'll know where she had the body.
unfortunately, there's no need for a search.
What'd you say?
This piece of evidence proves that Judge Courtney could not have hidden the body. Oh, wait, is it this?
Take that!
Because she doesn't know the lock. All the entrances to the film were locked. The chain on the back entrance was only cut last night.
What?
Therefore, Judge Courtney could not have entered the film lot 2 nights ago.
The president could only have fallen 2 nights ago.
Why are you so insistent that the crime occurred 2 days ago?
Why? Because there was still more to security camera footage.
Oh yeah? Tell me then. Why Courtney Part 2?
The photo was recorded 10 and 20 minutes after the president went up to the roof with that woman. That woman, she came back down on the elevator alone. After that, there was no sign of the president getting on the elevator at all. There's no other way for the president to get it down without using the elevator, is there? Besides getting pushed off the roof by that woman, that is.
The president never came down from the rooftop.
That's right. Security cameras always watching the entrance of the elevator. It was specifically set up to record anyone who entered or exited the rooftop.
Oh. Oh, Lang. You might have not. Oh no. Lang, I feel kind of bad. I see the problem here. It says it here, doesn't it? There's a secret entrance to 51st. Lang, you might. Uh-oh. Sorry, Lang.
Essentially, the camera created a locked room. One which the president vanished from.
Yeah, except it's not really locked.
A locked room.
I see. This is quite an unfavorable piece of evidence for Judge Courtney. No, there's a very easy way I could have gone around it. Wait, but that means
A rooftop escape. That's a difficult feat.
although this creates another problem. If the president took the secret entrance, doesn't that mean he was part of the auction? Or something. So even the Algarasu can't just fly through the sky.
That's right. I still need more training to be able to pull that off.
Okay, how do you plan on flying? Are you saying you're going to train yourself to fly?
I just glue a bunch of feathers together and then I can flap my arms.
Okay, you're going to get yourself killed.
Now if I flap hard enough.
I already see the problem. Still though, there is a way he can disappear. That woman, she came down elevator after that. There was no sign of the president getting on an elevator at all. There's no other way for the president to get... Yeah, here we go. Lang, you're probably about to get real pissy. Yeah, that's... I'm sorry, buddy. As a matter of fact, there was one, a hidden route. That is.
Way down without using the elevator. You better not tell me you flew off or something.
There's no need for that. It's quite simple. The president just need to know about the existence of the hidden 51st floor.
51st floor?
This building has a hidden 51st floor. It's accessible through a secret hatch on the rooftop. Using that route, it would be possible to leave the rooftop without using the elevator.
Hidden room, secret hatch. How could the president have even known about all that?
I wonder. I don't know the answer myself. I'm merely raising a possibility.
In the first place, what's this all about? This hidden 51st floor. Sounds like something that ninja girl over there would love to get into.
No way, I'm sick of that place.
Okay, that place only holds bad memories, after all. The 51st floor was a secret storeroom for the black market auction. Its true purpose was only exposed yesterday.
Black market auction? You aren't suggesting the president was involved in something like that, are you?
Actually, he might have. There actually is something there that might have implied that. I have no proof. However, the possibility exists, does it not?
I wouldn't put it past that president.
Impossible! The president would never. He would never be involved in the black market auction.
What's this?
You punks. Are you prepared? If you're gonna spout nonsense like that, I'll tear you to pieces.
She ran away.
You don't have any idea. The amount of respect that man has earned from his country's people.
I see. We have seen the president's true colors. However, the people of Zingfa remain in the dark. Should I inform Agent Lang of the president's true nature? No, telling him now would be only further cloud his judgment. I understand, Agent Lang. Please, calm down. We spoke out of line. I apologize.
Sorry. My emotions got the best of me.
Okay, how long do you plan on hiding? You can come out now.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. My anger is directed towards the president's killer.
Well, I'll be. You're actually a pretty good guy, ain't you? Loyal to your president. It's mighty admirable.
What's to you?
Oh, don't be like that. I've got some good news for you, I reckon.
Huh?
The president ain't never passed through the 51st floor. You can count on me.
Oh, right! Wait, you might be able to help answer that. Wait, really?
I was in the storeroom myself, and I saw with my very own eyes.
That's right. She snuck into the storeroom that day. Forgot, yeah. So she would know.
Thanks. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
What is it?
I don't intend to give the culprit a single step of leeway. No one's seen the president since he met with Courtney 2 days ago.
That doesn't change the fact that the body wasn't here yesterday. If he were pushed off 2 days ago, it would be odd that he wasn't found until yesterday. I doubt a fall from the roof would take a whole day.
I'll admit, there are a few things I still haven't figured out.
Regardless, there's one thing I am certain of.
Curious?
What exactly occurred here last night? I'm certain we'll have to look into that in order to uncover the truth.
Because the body and the hoof prints could have only appeared last night, right?
Yeah. The question is how'd they appear?
Agent Lang, we'd like to bring the body in for autopsy. Lang, it's in your hands. Make sure you know the proper respect. I also have one more thing to report. What is it? We found some footprints to your body. They're left within the area that looks like a monster's footprint.
There are human footprints within the monster's footprint.
What kind of footprints? Sir, there are the footprints of a child about the size of an...
Are we really doing this? Are we going to really imply that that child killed that man? You really think that happened? I'm gonna tell you now. No. I don't care what method you use. A child that tiny or a kid that small will not have any chance against a man that large. What?
Huh? An elementary school student. Wait, could it be...
Who was that?
Mr.
Coates.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please excuse my rudeness.
Is there something you want to say? What's she so scared of?
I'm worried that you'll think poorly of me, but... Please let me testify about something. It's really important.
That's not something you need to be so worried about. What is it?
Last night, I actually came here.
What?
Uh...
Why did you come here?
Well, I got a little worried, so I stopped by to check up on John.
John? You mean John Marsh? As I thought.
Yes, last night, John stayed here last night in order to practice by himself.
Wow, he's really dedicated.
Well, this movie is the first time he's starring as the lead role, so... I'm sure he wants to do his best.
She must have witnessed something last night. When was this?
If I remember correctly, I think it was a little past 10 p.m. It looked like it was going to rain, and I was getting worried, so I came check up on him. And when I got here, well,
You saw something.
Yes. John was practicing by himself. And right above his head, I saw a long neck.
A neck?
Yes, its skin was really scaly, almost like a reptile. It was like the neck of a dinosaur.
What? What?
Whoa there! Could that have been Gordy? Last time I went hunting for it, it was a bust. I reckon this could be a real deal. What? So this time it's Gordy? That's right. I was really surprised. After all, John's the one who can communicate with Mozilla. Yeah, that's right. Them horns of his let him hear what the monster's saying, right? Even so, he was looking up at Gory's face and he was talking to it. It was like they were friends. Doesn't that sound weird?
You say it, sister. That's pretty darn strange, I reckon.
That boy's a little traitor.
It seems she's gotten reality mixed up with the movies.
Hey, Missy. Did you really see that?
Yes, but I was so shocked I immediately ran home after that.
What do you make of this, Mr. Prosecutor? Is another monster taking the stage?
Agent Lang, do you really believe this absurd testimony?
I couldn't care less about the monsters. However, it looks like who we need to talk to next has been decided now, hasn't it?
John Marsh. He was here last night. It's very likely he saw something, isn't it?
Attaboy. John Marsh, we got some question for you.
Where'd the kid go?
John kinda left a while ago.
What?
Let's go find him.
Find the child! April 6, 10:54 a.m. outside Grand Tower Plaza. John? John?
We run off to?
He might have just gone back home.
That's right. I mean, it doesn't look like they are going to get any filming done today.
Well, maybe, or may run away.
Aren't you just overthinking things?
He's still a child. I can't imagine that he could have murdered a president by himself.
You said he was alone. Maybe that monster helped him. That boy can summon a monster his age, right?
Very funny.
I'm not saying that kid's definitely the culprit. But right now, he's the most prominent witness we have. So, we'll need to find that brat.
I guess I can't deny that we need his help. So where'd he go? Huh? Gumshoe!
Mr. Edgeworth!
Gummy!
I...
No!
He ran away.
What's the detective doing?
It doesn't matter. It's not like I can rely on this country's police anyway.
Agent Lang, do you intend to continue investigating by yourself?
Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that?
Didn't you always have a small army of subordinates with you before?
That's right. But, you know, being a lone wolf isn't all that bad. You don't have to worry about your subordinates or partners. All you need are your fangs. Simple, right?
Subordinates. And partners.
Well then, I'll be seeing you too.
Things are getting interesting.
Lana, why are you following us? It is occurring to me that Lana's been with us this entire case so far. Lana?
I reckon I'm about to get real busy myself. After all, I got me a pair of monsters to hunt. I'm definitely getting my hands on this scoop.
Alright, now it's just you and me, okay?
Things have gone pretty crazy, haven't they?
Indeed. There's the footprints of Muzilla, and now the shadow of Gordy. It's almost exactly like the movie.
How do we go monster hunting too?
Well... It's not... Huh? Eh? Isn't that one of Lang's men? Eh? He's one of Agent Lang's subordinates. We met him during another case. Hey there, sir. Excuse me.
Oh, Prosecutor Edgeworth. It's been a while.
Shouldn't you be following Mr. Lang?
Agent Lang... Shifu is no longer my boss.
What exactly has happened?
Do you remember the incident from 1 month ago?
The Yagarasu incident. We had been involved with... Yeah, how could we forget about that?
Agent Lang made a major mistake back then. He almost aided and abetted a dangerous criminal.
Certainly. It had come quite close to that at that time.
Shifu took responsibility for what had happened, and our team was disbanded.
Oh, but he didn't know. It wasn't his fault for not knowing. And how could he have known? He was dealing with, like, top-level people at, like, hiding this kind of crap.
Disbanded.
So that's what Agent Lang was talking about when he said he had become a lone wolf.
Then why are you here?
That's... well, I was a little worried about Shifu. It seems that even now he still is chasing after them. The ghost of 12 years past.
Ghost of 12 years past. Just, what are you...
I'm sorry. I've already said too much. If you'll excuse me.
These ghosts Agent Lang is chasing after... Does he also have something to do with this case?
Looks like everyone's left now. So what do we do now?
Well... Miss Ha is going after the monsters, and Agent Lang is going after John. We should also try approaching this case from a different angle.
What angle would that be?
We should listen to what Judge Courtney has to say.
Ah, that's right. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Courtney is... Well then, I shall take my leave here. I'll be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial. She said that she had a trial coming up.
Indeed. Let's head to the courthouse as well.
Okay.
Alrighty, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. This has been amazing. This is already a very interesting final case. But I'm very excited to see where we go from here. But we will be doing that next time. Let me make sure I just save real quick and make sure that it doesn't auto-advance text when we actually get to the end here. Oh God! We're gonna have very interesting things to work with when we come back. Well, anyways, thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you all later. Peace!